Buenos días. ¿Me escuchas? Sí. Hola,
Sí, bien.
Sí, buen día, la escuchamos muy bien y la vemos también. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning, ministers, highest authorities for the mechanisms of women's advancement, agencies from the UN family, civil society organizations, feminist organizations, governments, representatives from other organizations. Welcome to the panel called Contributing to the Regional Gender Agenda to Policies on Gender Equality and Women's Autonomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. The goal is to foster dialogue regarding the contribution and the challenges of the regional gender agenda as a policy tool and for implementing state policies in order to foster women's autonomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Yesterday, we talked about the importance of commemorations, and we are commemorating 45 years of this ambitious, comprehensive, in-depth agenda that has positioned this region as the single region, very unique region worldwide, as the only one with an intergovernmental forum to foster equality, rights, and autonomy of women. So this is our moment to recognize the legacy of women, of men, of governments, of institutions, of all these stakeholders who over the years have made progress with regard to this agenda. So this is time for taking stock and above all for renewing our commitment to this agenda. Allow me to refer to the first decade. And this is a contribution. We have seen that the Substantive has significantly contributed to equality policies. This region accepted this concept of women's autonomy, placing women in a key category. So the gender agenda has at its heart women's autonomy, because we have seen that equality and a lack of inequality and a lack of autonomy are the results of a lack of justice, and not just poor distribution of power, but also income and time, and a poor distribution between men and women. Also, we have seen that there's a lack of recognition of rights by the political economy. Now, when we add autonomy at the third conference that took place in Montevideo in 2016, thanks to the Montevideo strategy, the region recognized the fact that gender inequalities are a structural feature in Latin America and the Caribbean. And there's been a great deal of questioning about this, and there was a discussion related to this predominant model that is unsustainable. And we have seen that the development model that has been key over the years needs to change and has now placed women's autonomy at the heart. The last conference on women that was held in Santiago, the commitments were aimed at coming up with counter-cyclical policies that were sensitive to the gender inequalities in order to mitigate the impact of crises and economic shocks on women's lives and to make the economy more dynamic, including the economy of care. The COVID pandemic has shown that the fiscal policy has the ability to redistribute wealth and to revert economic processes so that we can move towards the transformative recovery with equality.
Que nunca el papel del Estado. Un Estado y una arquitectura de género que
So we have this mainstream gender approach that goes beyond the state, but this is necessary, but we also need clear affirmative actions that will reach towards universal services, financial sustainability, and co-responsibility, among other outcomes. We have a great deal to commemorate at this special meeting today, and it's likely that our next regional conference on women that will be held in Argentina will add to new challenges to this gender agenda. So we are committed to sustainability, and we know that it's not possible to secure gender equality without resources and power. We cannot wait any longer, and we simply cannot longer bear the disproportionate burden of care work that falls on us. We need care policies not only to be at the center of social development, but also to be sufficiently financed so they can be implemented. Now, once again, welcome, and we will treasure everything that we have built over the last 45 years with the urgencies and needs, which will be our north. And welcome once again to our deliberations on the regional conference, the special meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to thank Raul Garcia Buchaca, Maria Noel Baeza, the Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean for the United Nations for UN Women. And now let me begin by announcing our special guests and the panel members. First of all, allow me to welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, Ms. Antonia Urrejola. She has a wealth of experience. For example, the Commissioner of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, advisor and consultant for international institutions as well. And today, she is working within the Foreign Affairs Office, pushing forward a gender equality agenda. Allow me to take my mask off.
Bueno, quiero en primer lugar saludar a
First of all, allow me to greet Ana Gómez Garcia, Raul Garcia Buchaca, my colleague here, Antonio Oriana, and others. Sometimes the two of us are mistaken for being the same. And the presiding officers of this event, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, Addis King, the Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment of Dominica, Nadine Gassman, and others who are joining us online, the diplomatic corps and friends and colleagues who I can see from here. I'm observing you. I see you, although we don't have much opportunity to talk today. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. Yesterday, I'm sure, and as much
la mujer en el desarrollo económico y social de América Latina. Conferencia que sin duda abrió un espacio de relevancia para el intercambio regional respecto a la integración de la mujer en la vida económica y social de nuestros estados. Por aquel entonces, la conferencia buscaba que las demandas sociales en favor de los derechos de las mujeres y la igualdad de género se materializaran en compromisos gubernamentales en aras de favorecer nuestra integración. Fruto de esa conferencia, se acordó el Plan de Acción Regional para la Integración de la Mujer en el Desarrollo Económico Social de América Latina, el que se constituyó en la primera hoja de ruta que tuvo nuestra región para avanzar en el reconocimiento de la contribución que realizamos las mujeres a la sociedad, al tiempo que visibilizaba las barreras y las brechas que enfrentábamos para mejorar nuestra situación. También producto de esa primera conferencia nació el mandato a la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe para convocar con carácter permanente y regular la Conferencia Regional sobre la Mujer de América Latina y el Caribe. Desde entonces, nuestros países han impulsado acciones políticas y acciones legislativas en diferentes ámbitos. Por ejemplo, en materia de empleo, se ha avanzado en medidas tendientes a asegurar la igualdad de oportunidades y de trato a la mujer trabajadora, tanto en el sector público como en el sector privado. En el ámbito de la educación, factor esencial para el desarrollo económico social de nuestros pueblos y un derecho básico de las personas como ser social, se han adoptado políticas educativas en que se estableció la igualdad de oportunidades tanto para hombres como para mujeres en las zonas rurales y en las zonas urbanas, independientemente de la raza, color, credo, religión, poniéndola así al alcance de toda la sociedad sin distinción ni discriminación. En el ámbito de la salud, en tanto, nuestros estados han elaborado programas para reducir la mortalidad de madres y lactantes mediante el mejoramiento de la nutrición, el saneamiento, los servicios de salud de la madre y el niño. En cuanto a la familia, se ha buscado promover la igualdad de derechos, oportunidades y responsabilidades de padres y madres dentro de la familia y lograr que el hombre participe y comparta de manera más activa y consciente de las responsabilidades familiares. Hoy tengo el honor de representar un gobierno que se ha definido como feminista, lo que implica un cambio paradigmático en cómo entendemos el rol del Estado en la promoción de la perspectiva de género y la importancia de que todas sus acciones y políticas incorporen una visión en pos de la igualdad y la paridad. Para ello, desde la Cancillería nos hemos propuesto el desarrollo y la implementación de una política exterior feminista, lo que constituye una visión y decisión política que apunta a instalar el enfoque de género en todo nuestro accionar en el exterior. Esto quiere decir que será prioritario y orientará tanto nuestro posicionamiento en foros multilaterales como en la construcción y desarrollo de nuestras agendas bilaterales, en la respuesta consular a los requerimientos de nuestras connacionales en el exterior, como también a las personas migrantes en el exterior y el trato a las mujeres víctimas, valga la redundancia, de trata y también de violencia sexual que llegan a nuestras oficinas consulares, así como también en nuestra política comercial y de cooperación. Tenemos la convicción de que ningún asunto internacional, sea la migración, sea la crisis climática, paz y seguridad y comercio,
safety, security, food security, migration, what have you, can be resolved under this gender approach that takes into consideration women and our realities, the wide range of realities. The foreign policy agendas will continue to be incomplete unless they take into consideration the plurality of all of our societies and the interculturality. And, policies that do not take into consideration 50% of the population will not be representative. This calls for change with regard to the historic debt that we face regarding women within our own institutions. For the first time ever, 2 women are leading the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Chile in the most important positions. Now, despite that, including women in the role of diplomacy has been quite slow coming, and it still is a pending task, something that we owe to women. Now, growing participation of women is required in policy design and implementation, foreign policy design and implementation, and at all decision-making levels as well. To this end, we are striving toward parity that will be gradually applied in all the various ministerial realms, both in Chile and in our diplomatic course abroad, whether I'm referring to multilateral missions, attaches, commercial offices, embassies, consulates, etc. There's growing awareness with regard to the need to foster gender equality, but we must also take responsibility with urgency for those concrete actions that will allow us to move forward on this path. Women, girls, and all the diversity are demanding political inclusion, parity, autonomy over their own bodies, and a life free of violence. Violent free, that is. The commitment by our government and by my ministry is to eradicate violence against women and girls within the framework of the Committee for Eliminating Discrimination and Violence Against Women. We will continue to support fostering the human rights of girls and women, and to continue fighting for reproductive and sexual rights in other areas as well. Dear friends and colleagues, once again, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak here today at the commemoration of 45th anniversary of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. For nearly 50 years now, we have witnessed how the active presence of feminist women's organizations and movements and support from the UN and other actions have turned this conference into the key forum for negotiating a regional gender agenda that has allowed us to define, to make policies for all women. It is urgent. This is something that calls for all of our commitment. And of course, let me know that President Boric is here to provide that support. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. That was a very inspiring message. We have heard so many women that have been inspiring and that have been on the road together with us. I have a change here in the agenda. The minister from Mexico must leave earlier, and we wanted to give the floor to Nadine Gassman. She's the chair of the Women's Institutes and Movements in Mexico. And Mexico, by the way, hosted a meeting, and that is where the regional conference was afterwards created. And we afterwards will hear about Cuba that joined a couple of years afterward. She is a chair of the women's movements, doctor in public health, and has a master's degree from Harvard, also in public health. She represented UN Women in Brazil, and she represented UNDP as well. You have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. I would like to greet all of those that I see from far. I thank the kindness of letting me speak up before my time. But this is a wonderful opportunity. The 45th anniversary of the regional agenda indeed deserves a celebration. I greet you, Anna, as well as all of the ministers present and friends. During the last 45 years, Mexico has shown its desire to work on behalf of human rights of women and girls in their diversity through the approval of commitments that are part of the gender agenda, such as the Mexico Census adopted in 24 during the 9th conference. I was asked about the contribution of the regional agenda in the design of gender equality policy formulation. That is indeed quite an important question because it shows in practice the importance of this agenda. We built the National Program of Equality between Men and Women, Pro Equality 2024, including all of the commitments that had been taken up. The Mexican state, in short, adopted the regional instruments such as Montevideo, such as the Santiago Commitment, and all of the remaining ones. Our priority is this equality guide. There are two ideas behind this. First of all, it focuses on the citizens. This was built through a lot of contact with people at large. And secondly, the citizen exercise was followed by dialogue with all of the institutions that have to do with public policy that must include gender through it all in all of the three branches of government. The result of this exercise is an alignment of the regional agenda with the needs of women, their obligations, and government programs in Mexico. We have 6 priority goals, and we are implementing the 267 actions, part of it, including economic autonomy of women, prevention and elimination of violence, and also the fair distribution of domestic work and care. And here, after 2 years of the 25th anniversary of the UNDP conference, let me say, by the way, that Montevideo is the most progressive instrument we have to face inequality gaps in the region. In Mexico, we are now articulating a national care system that recognizes care as a human right, providing public services that creates economic growth. And we also know that the care system helps build peace and security. We have, with the legislative branch, pushed forward a national law together with UN Women and ECLAC. We are contributing with the idea that more investment in care will bring in greater social justice, equality, as well as growth. We are now coordinating the setting up of the first technical table on care together with stakeholders from the government as groundwork. At the Forum on Equality, we, together with UN Women, launched a global alliance on care. And this is made up of 68 participants, 8 governments from the region. And we do hope that Chile will join soon this alliance. And at the end of last year, during the 48th session of the Human Rights Council from UN, Argentina and Mexico, we both submitted a declaration so that care could be included as an international human right. It's important to bring these examples that show the evolution and how this regional agenda is working. It has placed at the core women's autonomy. And it also has to do with the creation of a public policy so that this autonomy may become reality. But aside from that, we are now changing this civilizing agenda, this transforming agenda, bringing change in the patriarchal culture towards truly care societies, fair societies, which will leave no one behind or outside. So I wish to congratulate you for this celebration. There's a lot of work to be done, but it's very important to see what we have already accomplished during these 45 years and how we can safely talk about feminist governments, which I greet warmly. We can now talk about feminist foreign policies and room and space to talk about this, to change our society, a society so that we have societies that will give opportunities to every girl and woman so they may become what they have dreamed of. Thank you. Thank you, Nadine Gassman from in I Am Women. We thank you for your words and talking about what's happening in Mexico, showing that we are heading towards a true equal gender society. And this civilizing agenda is being brought to Argentina as well. And that has to do with the care society. And now I will give the floor to Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta, who is women minister for women, gender, and diversity from Argentina. She came from public policy, and she's a strong defender of women's human rights. She has worked in the elaboration of public policy in the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues, authorities, representatives from ECLAC, from UN Women, from other international organizations, from civil society, friends. I'd like to thank ECLAC and the Chilean government for organizing this event. This is certainly transcendental to have a deeper gender agenda. As we've already heard, it's been 45 years since this beginning of this. We know that this involves a lot of work, finding common denominators in such a wide history of culture. We're talking about more than 4 decades, facing common goals, challenges, but overcoming difficult times that we have faced as region and as countries. We can then proudly say, as Anna well said, that Latin America and the Caribbean started in that year 77 in Cuba as the only place in the world that whereby civil society, international organizations are all meeting together to push forward an ambition deep and comprehensive gender agenda. I have often said, and I repeat with conviction, the virtuous synergy between the fights we feminist movements are facing and the articulation between states bring in strength to the commitments on gender equality and in granting more rights to women, including travestis, bisexuals, and others. We have given the body to the mandate we've received to promote and to protect basic rights of women and LGBT. Santiago, Lima, Mexico, Quito, Brasilia, Santo Domingo, Montevideo, Santiago, all of these commitments have been mentioned. Behind each one of these, in each conference, there is wide history, debate, consensus. And indeed, this commitment has allowed us to always go forward, never going back according to the standards we have placed as goals. Now, many of our countries have made a lot of progress in terms of institutionality. In Argentina, we created the first Ministry of Women and their diversity that I am proud to lead. Undoubtedly, the standards that have been already built here in this agenda have contributed to giving priority of the mechanisms for the advancement of women and strengthening of policies. Gender institutionality 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and 20 years ago, and the one we have today is proof of the impact we're having. We have been able to be creative and strategic. We have brought here to the region the topics that worry us in our own homes. We have been feeding with different ideas. Some people ask and wonder what is the use of these discussions in the places where we share these ideas with women. They are very useful. There we build consensus and a regional view that allows us to build these uh, ideas, but it also allows us to be at the forefront of the struggle of our feminist movements. Montevideo, approved in 16, together with Santiago 2020, were for Argentina and for many other countries a basic framework to go forward in different dimensions. In Argentina, from the beginning of the ministries, we created a plan to fight gender violence, and a lot of action has been adopted. Let me mention one that has to do with economic autonomy. That is the creation of a program, Acompañar, created by the President of the Republic, granting a minimum wage for 6 months for women that have had to face violence. We have followed 165,000 women in under that program. This is a concrete answer. We have also guaranteed sexual and reproductive rights to women, also responding to the struggle that we've had for Argentina, and that has to do with the law on abortion. And in terms of care, as we said yesterday, that is at the heart of this inequality. We're working on a comprehensive system to recognize that as a right. Let me talk about this further. We are all in the region facing the unfair distribution of care work. We want a regional agenda, and we must go forward together for a more fair distribution to overcome all inequality gaps. And having that in mind, last year, as Nadine said, together with Mexico, we submitted a declaration at the Human Rights Council of UN underscoring care as part of human rights. That declaration had the support of 48 countries, and it is an important starting point for the building of standards in studying care systems. And now we will be honored to host the 15th regional conference that will dwell on this topic. I believe that we can reach a very important commitment that will go deeper into what we have already accomplished and that will allow us to continue breaking through the inequality patterns. We have a mandate to build consensus, to never go back in terms of rights for women and LGBT. And this, because that would be negative. We must celebrate this historic commitment that we are defending. And having that in mind, I call on you all to continue working for a fairer, more equal, sovereign region. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. From Argentina, Elizabeth Gomez Alcorta. Thank you for reminding us on the commitment of progressivity and also the need to go forward, never back. We are all strategic feminists, and we are very happy to hear about the commitment that you have talked about in Argentina. And now let's go to the country where we started on this path. I will bring to you Ms. Omaira, coming from Cuba. She is in charge of foreign relations. She has a master's in economy, and she has continued her studies. She has worked in the Federation of Cuban Women at all levels. You have the floor. Good morning. On behalf of Cuba, I bring greetings to all of the authorities and participants at this event. I especially greet Chile and the authorities present. Oh, the 45th anniversary is indeed a landmark in the story of women, history of women. Presiding from Cuba recognized the important work of feminist movements. We are aware that in order to reach our goals, we cannot separate the struggle of classes with gender. We cannot build new paradigms because we have predatory structures. Popular organizations are the main resources the countries have to build fair, equal societies. And socialism is a viable system to fight discrimination, patriarchal culture, eliminating violence and gender gaps. This means going forward to full equality, where all persons may enjoy the same rights and opportunities. Cuba, with the triumph of the revolution in '59, decided to break through the patriarchal systems and all sorts of discrimination and violence that we inherited from capitalism. The social project became the groundwork for the first stage of the equality program. Fidel Castro went into the elimination of all sorts of discrimination, and that was interpreted by Bill Clean. She is at the head of the feminist movements in Cuba. The feminine protagonism has permitted full equality and their participation in all sectors of our society, causing deep changes within our households. Vilma recognized that the contribution of feminists defined the problems of women, saying that they could not be seen in isolation. They must be part of the economic context of the country. In '77, during the celebration of the first regional conference on the integration of women and their importance for the development of Latin America and Caribbean, Cuba was already showing the benefits achieved in women's equality. The construction of the gender agenda was a roadmap to meet SDGs, especially the goals and indicators that have to do with autonomy and empowerment of girls and women. Cuba has achieved tremendous outcome in gender equality during these 63 years after the revolution. The national plan to follow up the 4th World Conference on Women under UN and the new helped the new program for the advancement of women, and this follows our social development plan. And that is a plan that is to conclude in 2030. Beijing, the elimination of discrimination, the 2030 agenda, SDGs, and the Montevideo strategy, amongst others. Our equality plan doesn't just stay in words. This is something that is part of all Cubans. The participation of Cuban women in socioeconomic and political life are truly important, and that shows women's empowerment. Activity of women in Cuba is of 53%, and of employed women, now more than 80%, have higher education, and they are judges and attorneys.
Regarding public health, free and universal, women represent 70.9% of the workers, 62% of physicians, and 64.2% of the personnel who provide services today in many countries abroad. With regard to science and innovation and technology, women account for 49%. Scientists are well, 50% of the scientists are women, and they manage more than 70% of the 900 R&D projects underway in our country to face COVID-19 pandemic. Women have played a leading role in setting up the 5 vaccination centers, COVID-19 vaccination centers. 3 have been approved for emergencies. Cuban women are legally supported so that they can carry out their full labor rights. This is represented under the Constitution of equality of men and women. This is something that is also enshrined under the labor code and the decree of females' rights for maternity and for pregnancy, fostering greater integration of families. Women are represented in power positions in Cuba. This is an example of their empowerment. Since 2018, the Popular People's Assembly has shown that women are 53% represented in the parliament. Cuba, as well as many other countries throughout the region, has faced key challenges that have worsened as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also suffered the consequences of the economic financial blockage imposed by the U.S. for more than 60 years, and this constitutes for us the worst form of violence that people and the Cuban families have been subjected to. This is an obstacle for implementing the SDGs in the 2030 agenda. We trust in the excellent labors carried out by by ECLAC in fostering the regional gender agenda and fostering autonomy of women throughout the region. We are aware that without gender equality, sustainable development is not possible nor sustainable. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Amaira Hernandez Beleño, for reminding us of how important these emancipatory processes are for women. This involves eradicating all forms of discrimination, as well as fostering full participation in all the decision-making opportunities, and linking these ideas with what you have done in terms of multilateralism and the importance of physical, economic autonomy and freedom with regard to decision making. And thank you for reminding us of the inescapable relationship between gender equality and sustainable development. Allow me to invite Ms. Marta Lucia Ramirez to the floor. She has done a great deal to make this event a success. Marta Lucia Ramirez is the Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. She studied law at the Javeriana University. She has been a law professor, a consultant regarding security, democracy, governability, and regional development. She was an ambassador, senator, minister of foreign trade of Colombia as well. And I have been a witness of her leadership to make sure that gender equality is part of the development plan in Colombia, and also a results-based approach. Thank you, Anna, for that introduction. I think that was about the past, but I think what's important is the future today, what we can do for women in all of our countries. I am truly pleased to have been invited to speak here today. And I would like to thank ECLAC. I would like to thank the president of Uruguay as well, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Chile, a great friend, and so many other valuable women here. Elizabeth Gomez as well, Alice King, the representative of the Dominican Republic. We just heard from them. We have heard with regard to many of the challenges we faced in the past and the future. Also, kudos to the other speakers who have spoke before me, and our Foreign Affairs Minister from Ecuador as well, Nadine Gassman, Alicia Barcena, and others. Enrique Iglesias will be joining us as well, and our ambassador from Colombia in Chile. And the director of Mujeres Emprende, I would like to say that we are actually commemorating, yes, a date that is very valuable. When we started addressing this Agenda 45 years ago within the UN, we understood this was very important. And when we look back, we can see that we have had significant advancements, but I'm just not pleased with that. I think they're entirely insufficient if you think about the various challenges that we were facing 40, 25 years ago, but also bearing in mind primarily the ones we've been facing for the last 2 years. For the last 2 years, humanity has been addressing a pandemic-related crisis that has made inequalities ever more present, inequalities across the board regarding women, but throughout all of our societies. And if this pandemic were not enough, now we have seen that climate change has sped up. It is causing death and poverty, loss of employment, destroying wealth on a daily basis in all of our countries. And there's another factor which has posed yet another, and that's another challenge. And then we have the war in Russia, Ukraine. This is resulting in a large number of deaths that do not directly affect us, but nonetheless, we know that this is clearly causing problems in our region. So given these three shocks, these new challenges, we need to come up with responses and replies and reactions that are much more robust. I think that the gender agenda is focusing on women as the heart and the guaranteeing rights. If women do not have economic autonomy, women's rights will always be relatively secured. So in that regard, I am very pleased to say that today we have practical parity within our cabinets. Colombia was the first country, the Van Duque government, to have cabinet parity, but that's not enough. We need to have all of our policies upward, downstream and upstream to come up with concrete measures, with concrete budgets to truly secure greater access of women to all levels of leadership throughout society. Now, I think it's also from Cuba, we heard of the leading role that women play. This is not something isolated for what we need in society. Quite the opposite. We need to make all world governors and those governing the world that women in leadership positions is really the solution to society's problems. If we look at the written history of humanity, we have seen that women have constantly, consistently been left out of economic power. And if we include in political power, if we include women in economic and political power, we will have greater generation of wealth, of jobs. We will have a much better governance of the states, focusing on rights, and that's why this change needs to be carried out. We need to have this multi-dimensional change. That's what this agenda for 45 years now has been referring to, but now we need to be more ambitious and more concrete and more demanding at the same time. That's why I would just like to insist on how feminism goes beyond cabinet parity. And how many women actually reach the cabinet convinced that they're there just because they've made it there and they've worked hard, and because we're skilled enough to be there. But we also reach those positions with this sense of responsibility to bring out significant change and thus leadership. We must give leadership to women. So there's this issue of society's agenda and women's agenda. We think the only way to really solve society's agenda will be through active participation of women in all realms of society, specifically at the economic realm. So we have met many of the various objectives that were outlined 45 years ago. We're very committed to the Beijing platform, the Montevideo strategy, etc. And that is why President Van Duque, as Anna just mentioned, we included under the National Development Plan for the first time a chapter aimed at closing all of these gaps, truly guaranteeing gender equity in Colombia. In fact, we have drafted this policy with a view to do several different things. One, to secure women's economic autonomy. This has nothing to do with the welfare state. Guaranteeing equity is related to women's capacity and ability to participate in the labor market, to be entrepreneurs, to secure funding, to secure support from the state, and obviously for the private sector as well, so that women can economically develop. We have drawn up this covenant for rural women. This involves all the different private production, labor, trade unions to foster this entrepreneurial attitude of women. We need to do away with this welfare veil that always aims to diminish women, but rather we need to focus on their capacity. They can quickly scale up their economic projects, and to do so, they need all the necessary tools because we know they have the ability to do so. So we have struck agreements with the industrial trade unions and production trade unions, also with regard to science, technology, as Cuba has done, fostering the entrance of women into these realms. We also want technology to reach the rural areas. We know that's more challenging, but we know that there's more of a propensity of urban women to enter the realm of science and technology. But in addition to this emphasis with regard to economic autonomy, we also understand that it's very important to offer opportunity to women to take part in politics. As a result, from within the vice presidency and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have been fostering the development of a school for women's leadership in politics, regardless of the political color, regardless of the political party. It's just important for women to understand that leadership in politics is something that they need to do, but based on their capacity and their abilities. This is something that will be helpful for all the society across the board. It's been very interesting to see this school flourish, and for the first time, we have seen a significant increase in the number of women congresswomen. 19% to 30% is the result of the latest elections. We are also working on a labor code reform, and we are seeing that the parties have parity lists, and over the last 4 years, we believe that in the future we will move from this 30%, hopefully, to 50% or more, because we shouldn't set 50% as our ceiling. We should strive for more than that. We have also worked on strengthening institutional arrangements at the national government level, but at the territorial level as well. We have worked with all the various governors in Colombia so that their department level plans will also have gender equality as a goal, and at the mayor level as well. Regarding violence against women, obviously this exists, and I think what Argentina is doing is very valuable. I think this is a case study worth taking a look at, and it's important to provide support to women suffering from violence, but violence is a consequence of not having economic resources. And so in order to face violence, we need to prevent violence against women and provide women with autonomy, economic resources, because then they will be less exposed and to suffering from violence. So you need to have policy to do so that you will have a society in which women will not fear any type of violence. But first of all, you need to prevent violence. With regard to prevention, we've carried out a variety of different activities. We have reinforced the family police units in Colombia. We have these, and these have also been supported by the National Prosecutor's Office, and these have provided support for rural women when they know that the rural women are facing any type of violence. And in the cities, the situation is very similar. The only difference is the National Police supports the special hotline for women. Any women who call that line will be immediately serviced. A patrol car will be sent to their door, and the measures will be taken whenever we know that there's any type of violence in place. It's also very important to identify the sources of violence and types. It's sexual, psychological, and if you are able to nip that in the bud, you will be more successful. Prevention is key. We also feel that with regard to economic aspects, a great deal is said, but not much is done that's actually effective in the Colombian government. And I'm very pleased to see that during the COVID crisis, we took key measures, for example, to return a percentage of the workers' salaries back to the employers. Called PAEF when they're sent into confinement. 40% of the male workers' salary was sent back to the employer, but if it's women, 50% was sent back to them. Now, there was incentive for women's jobs to be retained versus men's jobs. And halfway through the pandemic, there was a fiscal law that was passed stating there was economic incentive. 15% of the salary of new jobs in Colombia for women. And here we can see that these measures are concrete measures that truly provide this bias for creating economic opportunities for women. Today, we have created 1.3 million new jobs for women. Practically, we're at the same place we were prior to the pandemic. And I'm also very proud to state that today we have been able to provide 1.6 million women, 1.6 odd women, more than that, provide them with support for their entrepreneurial activities. And these activities are very wide-ranging. And in the past, access to funding was the barrier to these entrepreneurial activities. And in Colombia, we founded a fund called for Entrepreneurial Women. The founder and director of this fund is an economist, and she's here today. And the goal is to fund women's projects. We are also having a multiplier effect. We are also working with financial institutions. We make sure that the business plans are scalable and profitable, and this has made it possible for the private financial sector to fund these women because of their solid business plans. Actually, we launched a new funding opportunity that will allow for funding 300,000 additional women's projects this year. What else, or something else that's concrete and significant that we have done? And I'm referring to state purchases, state acquisitions. We know that all the developed countries, these types of policies have been key for economic and just development. And so during the pandemic, it was interesting because an advantage was provided to women-owned, women-run businesses so that all state bidding processes would ensure equal opportunity in terms of price and product. But if those were the equal considering same opportunities in terms of price and product, women-run and women-owned organizations would be favored. So that's an interesting policy that has resulted in positive results. That's economic areas. But of course, then we have the national care system as well. We have seen that there are 4 key areas of work. 1, infrastructure for care. Social roles, for example, we have the shared parenting law as well that allows for sharing paternity and maternity leave, time for extra time for breastfeeding mother. And we have also set up a security council that is presided over by the president for the first time with all the military and police commanders with the prosecutor's office to nationally assess the security system for women and to understand what types of risk they face. Unfortunately, there are certain guerrilla groups and drug trafficking, and we have a variety of different factors. It's not just domestic violence that affects women. That's why this Security Council is important and is working continuously through what we call this binding articulating mechanism. Let me mention that if we are able to secure a regional agenda to focus on the economic power with concrete measures that will secure financing for women-owned companies, we will be able to close the poverty gaps, which actually have been increasing across the region. And I know Bolivia understands that. I know you all know that. There are studies that show that this challenge is something that the world faces across the board. And we need to take these types of measures to bring about economic growth that is based on women's ability. And of course, to this end, and let me wrap up with some suggestions from ECLAC, it would be very important to be able to have an index to measure women's economic autonomy and to truly understand women's income and their contribution to the economy in rural areas and developed areas, how women are having access to technology. But obviously, this indicator would also allow us to measure development and partnerships in the field, in the rural area, how women can actually set up businesses, because that's the only way to truly attack poverty. So I think the regional agenda has a lot of different key inputs that we have used in Colombia, but today, now this government's decisions will allow us to go from the feminist rhetoric to action. Not just saying it's all rhetoric, but there has been rhetoric in our country with regard to feminism, and there's just been an attitude that has been quite condescending, and an attitude thinking that all women need is welfare and that type of support. But we need to move from that rhetoric to a real state policy, recognizing women's capacity and with budgets assigned. And so the last thing we just did was having a budget assigned for the next 8 years to secure women's empowerment in all fields, with a budget in each of the different ministries. And there will be budget tracking that will allow us to measure revenue assigned and the impact that these revenue will actually have on securing gender equality in Colombia, and thus improvements for society at large. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, vicepresidenta y ministra de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramirez from Colombia. And thank you for reminding us that we have had so many important progress reached, but it's not enough. The pandemic, as you've said, as ECLAC has said, deepened the structural nodes of inequality. And we require strict response, and both ambitious and concrete, and all of the policies towards equality for women, emphasizing their economic autonomy, are policies that must go beyond political ideas, movements, beyond the current administrations. So this conference is searching for true results. I will now continue giving the floor to Beatrice Maximon. She is VP from Uruguay. She chairs the General Assembly, and she is a president of the Senate, and she was the first woman to be elected vice president in presidential elections in 2019. She's also a member of the executive committee of the Interparliamentarian System. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I'd like to be with you on the celebration of the 45th anniversary, showing that we can work together on behalf of gender. But I also say that this is an area to get women from different countries to meet, pushing forward a common agenda. And certainly, this has to do with landing, getting these topics that are not common to be landed in our countries. And we are searching for the elimination of all kinds of inequality. In Uruguay, as you well know, we have historically been a country where early on a legislation has been passed on behalf of women, getting women to be elected to different positions. We have been working hard on this, and it has to do with the work we do with our maternities. Many early rules were enacted, and there Uruguay has progressed. Certainly, Uruguay is a country that is at the forefront of this struggle. We feel, though, that often what is part of the legislation isn't really verified. That is why, in the last few years, it has become important because we have made updates on the rules and we have policies to get women to go forward. Women are now working in different political parties in the government, and we have a comprehensive law on domestic violence. We now have a law whereby women must be accompanied during birth of their children. We also have a law on parity that is being studied right now. And we have been able to go forward on new instruments that were needed in order to go forward with what many women were asking for. We as country have an institutionality where we had to go through a process. The Women's Institute is under the Development Ministry, and we do wish that it had greater impact in public policy making. But very important work is being conducted right now. That is having a cross-cutting penetration of gender. We do wish, though, that our women's institutionality were stronger. The policies that we have been working on and that have to do with the agenda we've been working on is involved in the economic empowerment of women. We hope that this will become more active and stronger in our country. Allow me to go further into the economic empowerment of women. Latin America, in spite of all of our efforts, still shows poverty with the face of women and girls. And it seems to us, though, then that our priority should be one, to have this all made more evident so that women, no matter what administration we're talking about, are all decided once and for all to be economically empowered. We want this to be priority in our public policies. Otherwise, although the ideas may be very interesting, somehow often they get lost on the way. often they don't even make any impact. So I, as you, never give up. I think that that is a trait of all women in the continent. We do believe that the economic empowerment of women deserve more attention. We must go forward with a strong agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. You may count on me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Beatriz Argimón.
Thank you, Ms. Beatriz, Vice President from Uruguay, for bringing to us once more the importance of what we must push forward in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the importance of women and their participation and our participation in government, in economy. And now I am moved to bring someone who would have liked to be here, but who is now virtually present. Miss Alicia Barcena, former Executive Secretary from ECLAC, a position that she occupied for many years, since 2008 up to this current year. Before that, she was a General Secretary for Management at UN in New York, and she has been a researcher. She has published several articles on public policy, the environment, and public participation. She is a great master. She's a leader. And by the way, let me say that at the next regional conference on women, the idea of articulating equality with sustainability is part of the legacy that Alicia has brought. Welcome, Alicia. Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for your generous presentation. I'm so sorry for not being there with you at the UN's home. It's my home, really, ECLAC. But we'll meet shortly. I'd like to warmly greet Antonio Rejola and Antonio Renana, chair of the conference, Ms. Ramirez, dear Elizabeth Gomez, Minister for Women from Argentina, and Marisa Perceval, both from Argentina, that will be the venue for the 15th conference. I also greet Owen King, bringing Alice King, bringing the voice of the Caribbean, my colleague Maria Noel Baeza, and also I greet warmly Raul Garcia Huichaba, Ana Westmes, and the whole team from ECLEC. And we must also recognize the authorities from the region, representatives from civil society, feminist movements, and all colleagues from UN, well representatives by resident coordinators here present. This is a historic day. Latin America and the Caribbean celebrate these 45 years of pushing forward the gender agenda, a progressive movement that has brought concrete outcome for the autonomy of women. This economic, physical, social independence that is necessary so that we may make free, well-informed decisions on our lives. These agreements that have been approved in 14 regional conferences that started in Cuba with Vilma, our dear friend. This has been using the capabilities and strength and creativity of the region and the movement of feminist women, Afro-descendants, all, including the whole diversity that has been brought forward with sexual diversity, bringing the strength of their ideas, always struggling towards the future, having a perspective of equality, but one that makes us think about what's happening in our society. We have a model that is unsustainable, that is unfair, unequal. This is the unique space in the world that has been built on women's equality. I'd like to mention 5 accomplishments that we've reached in these 45 years. First of all, breaking up the statistical silence. We have an observatory on gender. This has become the main reference for data on gender. I believe that during these years we have been making more visible inequality through surveys on time use and violence against women. But the time has come that satellite accounts, time use is not enough. We must include all of that in disaggregated fashion. Secondly, I'd say that all countries have adopted mechanisms for the advancement of women. That is wonderful. Thirdly, social mobilization of women. But it is terrifying and also promising to see thousands of women going around the streets in our region to demand the right to be respected, to be listened, to be heard, to respect their sexual reproductive rights, physical autonomy, and to get rid of femicide. And the patriarchal society as well. And here I will quote my dear Storky when she says, every day that goes by, I am more empowered in my own body. It is important and necessary to build new options with more presence of women in the economic, social, environmental fields with tools, methodologies, and finally, Escazú, that concrete, unique agreement that brings access to information, to justice, and to a healthier environment to all, protecting environmental activists, those who have given their lives for their goals. Let me appreciate also the role of states with the dominant policies in the past and with the relationship between all. These conferences have brought in a generation of value in the use of time, the commitment of having comprehensive care systems. This must all be cross-country. The region has adopted care policies with a co-responsibility between all. And we have made headway in proposals for care systems, in the funding of these systems with different solutions for cities and countries. We have important examples such as the town hall of Bogota, Colombia, Argentina, so many that have modern feminist governments, but still we are still absent in the economic policies of many countries. We require strategic investment in order to afford these care policies. Public procurement may give priority to women, but as Lucia well said, this region is facing difficult times. Raul well said, we are meeting at different times. Times that are not favorable for what we need. Poverty, inequality are on the rise. I'm sorry to say, but we are deepening a model that has to do with the concentration of wealth and the environmental deterioration, having in mind the depletion of natural resources. I'm really concerned about this. The countries are calling on more oil production, going deeper in investing in more refineries. And I think that this is a word of warning. We must be aware of this. We are now. As Mr. Minister Orellana well said, we are seeing once more discriminating conservative speeches, discourses. This is a sign that of what we must take to the 15th meeting in Argentina to tackle what must be done. You yesterday heard we are going towards a care society where time and labor will be well distributed. And that is the only possibility ahead of us for the struggle towards a better world, redistributing, going towards new social political covenants. The care society is a very promising horizon for a transforming recovery.
This transition involves rethinking how we have set up our societies and prioritize sustainability of life and protecting the planet. Now we're talking about capital that brings about social disruptions. And today we see that women's time and work is being owned by others. Capital tends to be prioritized over work. Essential priorities. We need universal protection systems to guarantee the right of people requiring care and people and caregivers, the elderly, the young people, children. They are future. Public goods are key as well. The pandemic has taught us how, maybe the only positive thing from the pandemic, Maria Noel has mentioned it, that we've actually understood the value of care. And it's crucial. And this involves addressing how the jobs are precarious. We need to view them as multiplier effects of the economy of care. We need to turn this sector into a dynamic sector for equal sustainable recovery. It's not just about including women in a model that will subordinate them, but involving women in the power relations so that opportunities will be equally distributed. All women must be better off in the future than we are today. We need to change the paradigm. We need to do away with the models that make the economy of care a woman-dominated responsibility. That invisible hand of social production needs to be addressed. We need to adopt a very different development style that recognizes interdependency of others and that places the planet and life at the core. Care is critical today at this historic time. For progress, we must boost public revenue, expand the public realm, fund equality policies. To do so, we need the ministers of finance seated here today in Argentina, hopefully, because we need to talk to them to figure out how we are going to do this. It's not about applying patches, but it's about structurally addressing inequality. States must move toward intensive, sustainable investments in the job market and production realm as well for better social protection systems. Other public investments as well that will have an impact, positive impact on women's time. We have seen that when you invest in the care system, there is economic retribution. Women in job posts will be key for making certain key sectors of the economy more dynamic. Inequality is extremely inefficient. That's why we need to go from this culture of privilege, of the patriarchy, to the culture of equality. This culture of privilege has valued that which is masculine more and has reproduced this unequal relations between men and women. As mentioned by Ecklack, this factory of inequality is structural, but it's not just the sexual division of labor. That's why it's important to address those productive sectors in order to truly make progress seriously toward changing the development model. In that regard, promoting social infrastructure is key. Investments are required to do that. Today, more than ever, we need clarity and willingness to address this inequality nodes society-wide, but primarily to address gender inequality. We are taking on new challenges because there are geopolitical, technological, economic, climate changes. Today, we are appealing to the governments, a call to civil society as well, to not let down your guard, to prevent setbacks, because we have much more to do. We must take more of an effort so that the environmental, socio-political, economic policies will allow us to make progress with our own policies to reaffirm our regional identity. This is a propitious opportunity to do so. It's time to cross that threshold towards right. It's women, girls in the past who saw their mothers take place in this original process are now mothers themselves or grandmothers. They are providing us with new challenges. So today, there's this generational compact that, if we focus on this, will allow us to do away with poverty and other crises, more silent ones such as climate change. Policy and politics need to open their doors to women for free exercise of our rights. That's what we're here for. We're here to commit to new progresses, to be convinced that equality is yet another name for freedom and democracy. Critical thought. No subordination. We need to forge our own path. We will talk about that in Argentina, and I think it's crucial. I would like to commend the government of Chile presiding over this event, and President Boric for having this cutting-edge government where all state-related actions are focused on gender equality institutionally. To that end, allow me to state that today, at this crucial turning point, and let me quote, as I always do, our universal feminist, Gabriela Mistral, quote, "Women are a human hemisphere. All movement in terms of freedom and culture has left us in the shadows for too long, but now we are working towards transforming our people. We need to make sure women are included in this process." That's what Gabriela Mistral said, roughly translated back in 1906. We are getting closer to the finish line as we speak. Thank you. Thank you, dear Alicia, for reminding us with Gabriela Mistral's remarks the importance of diplomacy and poetry and pedagogy and multilateralism. Thank you for reminding us that this development model is unsustainable and the importance of breaking statistics silence, not just the silence of specialized statistics, but also how we measure development or we don't measure development. And also thank you for reminding us of the importance of how the regional gender agenda is related to Escazú agreement. Transitioning toward economy of care or care society is possible. And this is an issue that we will be addressing in a multilateral forum. Now, I just wanted to systematically remind you of the importance of ensuring that there are more profound bridges between Latin America and the Caribbean, primarily the English-speaking Caribbean first.
Dr. Addis King. The Honorable Dr. Addis King is Minister of Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Seniors, Security, and Dominican with Disability in Dominica. She is a medical doctor by training and profession for over 15 years, and now is serving as Honorable Minister. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anna. I bring greetings from the nature isle of Dominica, a small Caribbean island, English speaking, often mistaken for Republic of Dominica, but it's Dominica, just Dominica. And I must say thank you for having me here in this panel today. I want to bring special greetings to the members of UN Women and ECLAC. Thank you for the support over the few years that I've been the minister. It has meant so much to us for a small developing island. So thank you very much. I am indeed honored to address this audience today on the contribution and the challenges of the regional gender agenda as a tool for the design and implementation of state policies for gender equality and women's autonomy in Latin America and the Caribbean. More specifically, I will leverage on the Commonwealth of Dominica's experience. Dominica's pursuit of gender justice is anchored in international and regional commitments and instruments, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW 1979, the Beijing Platform of Action, the Sustainable Development Goal Agenda 2030, and the Montevideo Strategy. The National Resilience Development Strategy 2030, which is the national policy framework for Dominica, has identified that gender considerations are cross-cutting and non-negotiable. The state is therefore of the view that the success of its programs is more inspiring when society remains steadfast in its pursuit of greater gender equality and equity on all fronts. Success is assured too when there is the active participation and inclusion of all income and social groups in national plans and programs. Dominica's national framework is built on the priorities and the challenges articulated in the Montevideo Strategy. Priorities focus on poverty reduction, promotion of justice, and the economic and social empowerment of women and girls. Important to mention is that Dominica's draft National Gender Policy of 2019 focuses on several of the pillars for implementing the regional gender agenda within the Sustainable Development Framework by 2030. Aligning national policies and sectoral plans with gender-responsive regional and international frameworks ensures that the use of already limited financial and human resources are strategic and contributes to the state's commitments. Recent initiatives by the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Senior Security, and Dominicans with Disabilities, of which I have the honor of being the minister, are directly aligned with the overall regional agenda. We are on the final stages of completing a toolkit for planners, policymakers, technical officers, and gender focal points for mainstreaming gender in government departments. This will facilitate and promote interventions to ensure more equitable gender relations, improve women's positions, and challenge power imbalances between men and women. These are key to building resilience. It is expected that this toolkit will support gender equality and women's rights in national development plans and planning instruments. We have strengthened support mechanisms for survivors of gender-based violence, including easier access to cash transfers through a public assistance program, safe housing support through rental payments for up to 6 months, and increasing the staff of the Bureau of Gender Affairs to respond to cases of gender-based violence. Dominica's unique experiences with repeat crises over the past decade has shown us that state policies should also be responsive to emerging dynamics confronting the state, including an aging population, climate change, and more frequent disasters. The Commonwealth of Dominica is vulnerable to numerous natural hazards arising from meteorological and geophysical events. Over 90% of the population resides near the coastline, leaving infrastructure and the people vulnerable to the impacts of rising sea levels, floods, hurricane winds, and much more. Additionally, two of Dominica's major economic drivers, agriculture and ecotourism, are closely tied to the island's natural environment, making the economy vulnerable to ecological and environmental changes brought on by natural disasters. Women are particularly vulnerable to the socio-economic impact of crisis, since they tend to be employed within these informal sectors. Reverting to the panels discussed today, how can the regional gender agenda be used to accelerate progress towards achieving substantive equality? Clearly, the regional agenda articulates main priorities to close implementation gaps. This can support a more strategic approach to regional challenges. More effective coordination regionally can facilitate further progressive approaches through shared experiences of best practices and lessons learned. It provides a basis for identifying the need for technical assistance in achieving identified measures and can foster synergies between varying priorities like human rights, climate change, sustainable development, and gender equality. Our national priorities are already strongly aligned with the regional agenda, including priorities surrounding poverty reduction and economic empowerment for women and girls. But there needs to be strengthened collaborations and synergies across the various sectors. Our experiences indicate that the regional gender agenda should be mainstreamed across government plans, policies, and programs to catalyze expected results. The regional tool is useful for states as we progress towards sustainable development and gender equality. I reaffirm Dominica's commitment to the regional agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Adiskin, for remember the link between international treaty as CEDAW and regional agenda and the importance of effective coordination, technical assistance, cooperation, and the link between equality and the response to climate change and the importance on that in a small island, but in general in our region. And now I would like to give the floor to the Honorable Minister Den Jonas. The Honorable Minister Den Jonas is the Minister of Social Transformation, Human Resource Development, and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda, and the parliamentary representative for the St. George constituency. The Honorable Minister Jonas also chairs the Regional Conference on Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean at ICLAC. Welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I hope you're hearing me clearly. And of course, I'd like to fully endorse the comments made by Dr. King from Dominica, another English-speaking island in the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and The regional gender agenda has significantly influenced the conceptualization, design, and implementation of gender equality policies and programming in Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbuda is a signatory to several international conventions and gender equality policy frameworks, such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Beijing Platform for Action, and the Bilim du Power, to name a few. These long-standing and comprehensive conventions, which are aligned with the regional gender agenda, serve to ensure that the work of my ministry and our local gender machinery are organized, strategic, and effective. The regional gender agenda in the past few years has prioritized critical issues such as climate change and its implications on the well-being of women and girls, gender-based violence, women's leadership, and political participation. Consequently, Antigua and Barbuda has engaged in many initiatives and programs around these areas. We have worked along closely with our national disaster management agency to host workshops, training sessions, and draft policy documents geared towards mainstreaming gender considerations into disaster management. And we have built capacity with key stakeholders, such as our meteorological actors, shelter managers, and environmental NGOs. Additionally, to tackle gender-based violence, we continue to operate a one-stop support and referral center for survivors in need of support, and are vigorously engaged in efforts to establish a national shelter with support from corporate Antigua. This is one of our major priorities as we seek to continue to strengthen our institutional capacity to respond to gender-based violence. We are also finalizing our national workplace harassment and discrimination policy that will guide the public sector in Antigua and Barbuda. As it relates to women in leadership and political participation, we established an emerging female leaders network in which we provide participants with opportunities and capacity building sessions geared towards motivating them and providing them with the tools for future leadership. We have also partnered with various women's leadership groups to execute activities geared towards catalyzing women's active participation as decision makers in our society. The regional gender agenda provides a unique opportunity for all our countries to achieve substantive and sustainable levels of gender equality, particularly in countries like mine that are still finalizing policies such as our national gender policy and strategic gender-based violence action plan. The absence of these policies means that it can be more difficult to ensure that the actions we are taking are meeting the needs of vulnerable groups of women and girls. And the regional gender agenda acts as a roadmap and blueprint for how to empower our women and girls, and provides insight into the critical and pervasive issues which require human, technical, and financial resources to transform the respective areas identified. I would like to thank the organizers for extending an invitation to me to participate in this panel. I am sorry I was not able to travel due to other commitments here in Antigua, but I look forward to our continued efforts to advance the regional agenda, the gender agenda, both collectively and individually, so our societies can be more inclusive and equitable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Dean Jonas, for remembering the importance of the regional gender agenda and the link between the regional agenda and national policies and local policies, to prevent discrimination, to respond and eliminate the violence against women and girls, and in general, national policies, and at the same time, the link with the development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, Me gustaría invitar
I now call on Diana Miloslavich, Minister for Women's Affairs and Vulnerable Populations from Peru. She's a writer and a feminist, a defender of political rights of women. She has been advisor for different institutions, civil societies, and she has struggled for women's participation in politics. You have the floor, Diana. Thank you, dear Ana Wesme. Ministers, authorities, and representatives from member states from the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start out emphasizing the importance of the 14th Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean that has been able to place our gender agenda in a platform that brings in further participation of civil society in women's movements, as well as feminist movements. 45 years have gone by, and the Ministry of Women has been launched for 26 years now, and I represent that ministry. This represents the struggle towards autonomy amongst women and economic empowerment. We must go forward into respecting these rights for half the population of my country. We must also realize the impact of the agreements subscribed. Let me mention the recommendation from Quito Consensus for the adoption of new laws as well as the allocation of resources in order to have full participation of women in public posts. We have pioneered this effort, and we are adopting institutional reform in order to prevent and eliminate political harassment against women. Now, why did I want to mention these two topics that are so important? Because the governments have committed, including my government, to adopt measures to ensure full participation of women in public positions and full political representation. We find that Quito Consensus, as well as ECLAC's contribution, have been crucial for these results. This was also important for the first survey on time use that was implemented in my country. That provided very important information to know what's happening with time use in my country. And we've also been able to see our contribution to GDP. Aside from political participation, the state has implemented different regulatory changes. And I'd also like to say that in 2020, Law 31020 was a landmark. It followed the Quito Consensus and received the support of women's ministry and civil society. We have a campaign that helped approve the first law on parity. And this has allowed for 50 women to become parliamentarians. 24% of the legislative power is taken up by women. And this continues now in the elections to be conducted soon. Now, in terms of political harassment, let me say that the law that was enacted has granted competency to the Ministry of Women in order to oversight what's happening with the political movements. We have a table that promotes women's political participation, and we are also getting in touch with the electoral institutions, which is quite important. I do agree with what Juana has already said in terms of the state role, universalization of services, and time and power as well. We are facing so many challenges, but all commitments of ECLAC show that we must change the electoral political system in Latin America. And who knows, perhaps this can be done through an assembly, as Chile is going through right now, but there are other methods as well. But we are all facing the challenges for economic autonomy and for improving the quality of living of women, especially after the effects of the pandemic. COVID-19 has made the situation of women to be even worse than it was before the pandemic. The governments, political organizations are interested in this agenda that we have been building together with ECLAC in the last 45 years. I'd also like to mention the Santiago commitment in the design of comprehensive care systems, having in mind gender and human rights, as well as different cultures. This is also part of the Quito process. We are promoting the independence of women, and we are also pushing forward care systems. We are now promoting a legislation for the creation of a comprehensive care system. We also have a high-level commission for gender equality. We have a working table, but I would say that what is really important is to recognize that our countries have developed care systems that need improvement. In Peru, for 83 years now, we have been working with vulnerable peoples, and their territorial care activity is offered. But we want to make these part of territorial administration so as to go forward in this endeavor. We must build better care systems. And finally, let me say that in talking about economic autonomy and in talking about food security, the pandemic has brought new ways for women to organize. In Peru, we have also 1,200 public kitchens to help out the vulnerable persons. Once more, the women are the ones that are facing the food crisis in countries such as ours, Peru. Somehow, the cycle is being repeated. During the 90s, we had these common food offered to the low-income populations, and this is now being repeated. As you well know, there is a volunteer work as well that is not well recognized. Peru, through the Ministry of Women, is trying to work together with women that must cook every single day in this common food that is offered in the streets. And they also must face violence. We need public policy to help out on this. So we're working with these common food that is offered. COVID-19 has left many girls and women in further poverty. We are now starting to offer economic assistance, aid. And for the second time, our ministry is facing that challenge. Right now, we are giving economic aid to 19,060 orphans in the country. We are offering this economic support because of COVID, but as of June 2020, we have reached 860 children. We are also aiding victims of gender inequality and violence. This economic support is part of the new sign of what's been happening in Peru. We are also facing all of these challenges. I'm about to wrap up. Let me say that we're working in a strategy for the assistance of rural and indigenous women so that they in turn may face the crises. These are funds to give economic assistance to these women, rural women. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Minister Diana Miloslavich from the Ministry of Women, Peru, for reminding us the importance of the gender agenda. This has evolved together with mechanisms for the advancement of women and the movement towards parity and representative democracy in the region. Let me ask that these presentations be sent to the Secretariat so that they in turn may be made available on our website. We also ask the panelists from the next session to wait a while because we are certainly behind schedule. But we are celebrating the anniversary of our conference. Let me now bring Ms. Irene Monteiro. She is online, although she would have liked to come here physically. She is the Minister of Equality from Spain. She has a degree in psychology from the Autonomous University of Madrid. She has been a member of Congress from Madrid as of 2015. You have the floor, madam. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, ministers, authorities, representatives from UN Women, feminist organizations. I would like to, first of all, thank ECLAC and the Chilean government, as well as President Boric for the organization of this event. I would have liked to be there, but I will shortly meet in Argentina. This is not just a working meeting, but it is also the celebration of the 45th anniversary of shared work. Spain and Europe has much to learn. We may contribute, but we have much to learn. Indeed, a lot of progress has been reached in the equality and economic autonomy of women in the last few years. This has been diverse, but we're also facing many challenges in order to reach full equality and autonomy for all women. In terms of public policy and institutional work of the different states, I'd say that the care public policies are beginning now to be part of the concern of our governments. This was not so in the past, and we were all concerned. We feminists and feminist economists were worried about that. Care involves tasks that sustain life. There's a wonderful book that talks about the hidden workshops of the capital systems. We are finding new ways of organizing our economies, but this has not been made visible in the past, and the past agriculture has not faced these systems.
So the economic model is clearly unsustainable, not just because of the contradictions regarding the care system, but also because this type of economic model is unsustainable when you bear in mind the planet. Other panelists have referred to that. But of course, the economic model that is backing the care system is also unsustainable. And then we have the pandemic, which has shown us that clearly care work is key for sustaining our lives and for upholding the economic systems. A country, an economy could be practically halted, but the care activities such as cleaning the house, purchasing food, taking care of the elderly, boys, girls, those who are more dependent, is something that simply cannot stop. It's essential, and you cannot leave those tasks aside, even though the rest of the economy may be practically halted and paralyzed the way it was during the worst months of the pandemic. Therefore, it is essential that our institutional architecture and our economic system and the way we have organized society actually be there to back care tasks. It's a human rights matter, because we talk about these care activities primarily carried out by women, and then of course generational aspects are key. We know in socioeconomic aspects, the most marginalized women carry out these tasks, migrants, etc., carry out these tasks. And so they have less economic autonomy. And so therefore, it's a human rights matter, because when we address this, we will allow women to fully exercise their rights. But it's also a matter of economic progress and efficiency. This is a time for those who are not convinced that feminism is an essential axis of sustaining democracy. It's time for them to accept that for sustaining the democracies that we're trying to constantly improve. I think the economic argument also needs to be present according to calculations by the ILO. In the case of Spain, for example, unpaid care work constitutes 15% of the national GDP. That means that unpaid work actually accounts for more percentage of the GDP than some of the main in production centers, production sectors of our economy. So it's a human rights matter, and I think that's a key argument with regard to equality. And we need to make sure that all citizens understand that women can have the right to fully carry out our life projects, but that this at the same time is a matter of progress and economic strengthening and reinforcement. That's why I agree with others who have said that, at least in Europe, this discourse is very well present. That is, rebuilding economies, focusing on social aspects, and reforming certain areas, and then political. As a result of all this, feminist policies and gender-related policies must be the heart of this economic recovery. With regard to the care system, this also refers to redistribution of wealth. This involves that women who have been outside of the economic model have their turn to begin and be part of the labor market. And so this calls for in-depth wealth redistribution. That's why it's important to mention that feminists not just need to talk about policies to fight violence against women, of course, or to policies that will recognize the rights of LGBTQ plus individuals. But it's more than that. In Spain, for example, we've had to make sure that the vulture funds have been checked so that we can safeguard housing for the poor. And this, when you have access to service and access to key essential rights, but that where you see speculation is governing that market, that it has an impact on women always. Fiscal reform. The speaker is talking at the speed of light. The interpreters will do the best they can to capture all of her messages. The developing feminist policies are key with regard to the redistribution of wealth, and I think we need to include these aspects on our agenda. And when we talk about care, it's also important to talk about time distribution. Recently, I just read an interview of a Colombian authority that talked about how we need to reclaim this right. We need to make it possible for all women to have the right to be happy and to live out their dreams. For that, we need time for effective exercise of the right to culture, health, education. We need to have time to have exercise our right to take part in politics as well. These are part of our democratic rights. So I think it's interesting for us to also bear in mind this redistribution of time and free up time for women who now actually have 2 or 3 jobs, if you will, at home and in the labor market, unpaid and paid work. So the right to care, first of all, is something that we need to institutionally recognize as a right. And secondly, I fully agree with the previous speakers, Ana, Alicia, Barcena, and other panelists who ministers have spoken before me. This must be a state matter, and we need to implement public policies. We also need to have we have a national health system, national education system. We have to understand that there needs to be a national care system because it's a right, it's a state matter. The right to receive care with dignity and the right to give care and care for others with all the necessary labor rights guaranteed and fundamental rights guaranteed as well. I think that it is also very important to point out something that Alicia said earlier, and that's not so obvious when we talk about these matters, but we do need to point out, if we aim to set up state care systems, we need to have strategic investments and significantly rechannel public investment. That's critical because without economic investments, we will not be able to build a state care system or improve the ones that exist. And I'm referring to changing the validity, the initial date of education, right policies for securing workers' rights, securing maternity and paternity leave, etc., other measures. In the end, care systems are a state matter, but we must understand that these are policies that will call for significant public investment and prioritization with regard to budgets. I would like to end by commenting on 2 aspects. In addition to the care agenda and the institutional feminist policy, which need to focus on anti-violence, sexual violence, domestic violence, and reproductive and sexual rights violence and the rights of LGBTQ plus trans individuals. These are important, and these will be increasingly more important. But we must also focus on international feminist partnerships. That's why events such as this one are key, and the conclusions that we may draw here. Because in order to bring about this type of in-depth transformation, this is not peripheral, but this is a transformation that will affect the core of how we organize our societies and our economies. Therefore, we call for robust feminist institutional and feminist organizational level, civil society level partnerships, because that's the only way to improve the lives of women in our countries and also to put a halt to those reactionary individuals who are placing at the heart of their attacks the rights of women and the rights of LGBTQ plus community. So I would like to commend you for organizing this event, and thank you so much for allowing us to speak and take part and share these moments with you. And we hope to see you in Argentina in person. Thank you. Thank you so much, Irene Montero, Minister of Equality of the Spanish government. And of course, we will see you in Argentina. Hopefully, we will be able to see you in person with a proper hug. But once again, I just wanted to point out the importance of international partnerships and this ongoing passion and dedication to feminism, from addressing it from a socioeconomic and other perspective. That school of thought, for example, and this assessment of the advancements, but that we still have heterogeneous inequalities and intersectoral aspects. Now, the care society, as several members have mentioned, is something that we are dreaming up. And on the road toward Argentina, the event in Argentina will show us, bring to light how this is maybe the change we require so that we can have a better social organization that's more in keeping with the times and has more resources and focus on our interdependence with the planet. Now, let me give the floor, or rather, for our benefit, let's take a health break, a coffee break, a 10-minute coffee break. Here in person and virtually. We need to take care of our physiological needs and stretch a bit and take care of our physical health. So we will be back in 10 minutes.
el barbijo del niño y
Sí.
que es fundamental contra los fundamentalismos. Bueno.
Vamos a retomar. Okay. Vamos a retomar los trabajos del panel de alto nivel, contribución de la Agenda Regional de Género a las políticas de igualdad de género y autonomía de las mujeres de América Latina y el Caribe. Y a continuación nos acompaña por video el señor Juan Carlos Holguín, que es ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Movilidad Humana del Ecuador. El señor Holguín es máster en políticas públicas y tiene una maestría en desarrollo. Ha sido previamente embajador itinerante ad honorem y consejero presidencial y es fundador de diferentes organizaciones de sociedad civil. Adelante, ministro Holguín.
Señoras ministras y altos representantes de los países del Caribe, secretario ejecutivo de
distinguished representatives of civil society, it's not trite to say that it's quite a pleasure to speak with you today to commemorate anniversary 45 of the regional gender agenda. We know that the demands that women have with regard to their rights became back then government commitments. The regional conference at Havana defined the roadmap with regard to women's contribution to society, and that were also an opportunity to provide the mandate to ECLAC to have a regular contribution. I wanted to recognize ECLAC's contribution. ECLAC has become the main venue and institution to focus on women's rights. Now, there have been ongoing achievements since the first regional gender agenda, and this is thanks to civil society organizations and feminist organizations who have worked tirelessly to contribute to awareness with regard to the situation of women and to focusing on policies. Now, of course, we will never have a shortage of problems. The crisis brought on by the pandemic has had a significant impact on women and girls, and it has deepened the multiple interrelated forms of violence, discrimination, and exclusion. It have even exacerbated the obstacles that women and girls face regarding participation in public life and decision-making. And this is why we must renew our efforts to close the gaps between men and women, to make this a priority for all societies. The government of Ecuador has implemented programs aimed at eradicating violence against women and to reduce poverty. We also continue to work to address the economic crisis triggered by the pandemic with a gender perspective, with this concept of the violet economy, and to improve the socioeconomic and productive capacity of rural women to provide credit opportunities and bonds to help start startups, among many other policies. But we still have many challenges to face as a society before gender equality really will truly become a reality for all adolescent girls and women. I just wanted to reiterate the will and commitment of our government to implement public policies that will allow us to narrow the inequality gaps and provide answers to new problems. We will continue to work on fundamental issues such as violence against women and feminicide, migration, unpaid work, the care system, the sexual division of labor, and the post-pandemic socioeconomic recovery. It is clear that we cannot go this path alone, which is why it is essential to strengthen multilateralism, regional integration, global integration. That is why we call upon you to continue with this cooperation and not to lose heart in order to ensure that the regional gender agenda continues to shed light on the 2030 agenda and its SDGs in favor of eradicating all forms of discrimination and violence against women and girls. Thank you to the Foreign Affairs Minister from Ecuador. Thank you for addressing this situation and for your call for integration and multilateralism, where, of course, we have key commitments in the region and in the UN and within ECLAC. Now, I'm also very pleased to now provide you with a message, a pre-recorded message by Enrique Iglesias. He was the former executive secretary of ECLAC from 1972 to 1985. During this period, they celebrated the first regional conference on integrating women into social and economic development in Latin America, held in La Habana. Good morning. Allow me to begin with warm greetings to Interim Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mario Chimoli, and all other ECLAC members. Unfortunately, the audio of this pre-recorded speech is not appropriate for interpreting.
De sus mejores tradiciones, de sus ideas, pero sobre todo de su gran compromiso con América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso que estoy muy feliz de poder dirigirme a ustedes de esta forma. Hubiera querido hacerlo personalmente, pero no me fue posible. Yo quiero saludar en forma especial a las autoridades de esta reunión. Reunión en la mesa de...
The interpreters will do their best. It's a pleasure to be speaking here before you at the meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to provide special greetings to Antonia Orellana, the Minister of Women Affairs and Gender Equity of Chile, and my dear friends, Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director of UN Women, Ana Guesmes Garcia, Chief of the Division for Gender Affairs of ECLAC, and others. I'm very pleased and honored to be here today to speak before you at the event where you're commemorating the 45 years of the founding of the Regional Conference on Women back in Cuba and La Habana. I warmly recall that event and the enthusiasm of those present to approve and adopt the regional gender agenda for all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. That was a memorable moment. The path towards this objective has been slow going. But prior to the international conference in Mexico, at ECLAC, we held an informal meeting among those responsible for women's matters to address these issues and to prepare for the World Conference. There was a meeting in Caracas, presided over by Wilma Pin, in charge of women's affairs in Cuba back then. Latin America, at this Mexican conference, at this conference held in Mexico, had widespread participation.
Toda la historia después de la conferencia mundial.
45 years have gone by. These years have resulted in mobilization to foster equality, gender equality, and I believe we have been successful. The UN has put all of its heart and soul into this. And I believe that the world is a better place today. And we have secured great successes and achievements. We continue to do so. Clearly, there are many issues still to tackle regarding gender equality around the globe. But I am pleased to see that many countries are successful. Kudos for that. I wanted to recall something that occurred back in '76 in Havana. It was very important. We must recall what occurred given its significance. Back in '76, we were working closely with the president of Cuba and Wilma Bean. During the inaugural session, a civil servant of the Cuban Conference Services received an urgent phone call from Santiago, Chile. And once the event finished, I had to call back. But that's what I said, please take a message. But I was told it was very urgent. I need to take the phone call. And I requested permission to take the phone call. I was informed by the deputy secretary of ECLAC that 22 women had intervened and one man at ECLAC, and they had met the main hall of ECLAC demanding to speak with the executive secretary. And they mentioned that they were there to demand that the UN would intervene on behalf of their disappeared loved ones and to intervene with the government of Chile. And they were demanding to know where their loved ones had gone. They said they were going to shelter in place in protest of the government's actions and the lack of information. You can imagine that this turned into quite a dilemma, a conflict that went beyond the national borders, spread throughout the world. I think this was the first major protest of women, organized women, protesting for human rights. That's why I wanted to bring this up today. This was a very complicated moment.
I'm afraid the audio is quite broken up and not clear at all, but the interpreters are doing their best to continue. I believe that we are under UN, and there is, as you know, a right towards asylum. And we must negotiate. It's not easy. It was not easy at all. There were 20 days that we recall. We granted health assistance to all, but after 20 days, we had to negotiate with the authorities and with those involved. The government promised to give information, but it never did. And ECLAC officials accompanied those persons. That was, I think, the first organized demonstration by women in the world. And we are now remembering these days. I would say that these were heroic actions that this woman pushed forward. I think that this deserves remembering. And somehow we see that women nowadays have much more presence than in the past. I am very honored to have been invited to be here with you, and I'm thankful to the organizers, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Iglesias, former executive secretary from ECLA from 72 up to 85. Thank you for remembering that the regional conferences on women have also taken place during turbulent times and at a moment when democracy was interrupted in many countries in the region. And thank you for bringing the memory of so many women that have struggled to bring more peace. And now, dear Iglesias, Mr. Iglesias, we are betting on these policies for the advancement of women. And now, let me say that we're very much behind schedule. I will give 3 minutes to the minister from Paraguay, Ms. Lascaño. I think you're muted. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Good morning. I wish to greet ministers and authorities for the advancement of women from Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish to greet also the representatives from governments, academia, international organizations, and civil society. Paraguay is going through the construction of equality between men and women. As of July 61, a law was enacted on the political rights for women. This created the mechanisms so that that right be true and effective. 30 years ago, the Congress of Paraguay brought about the law 34-1992 that created the Ministry of Women under the presidency. This was the result of joint work by women's movements. Thus, we created the national gender mechanism so as to encourage, to promote the protagonism and participation of women in political, cultural, family, labor world for women, and also eliminating all sorts of violence and discrimination against women. That was ratified in 95. We have moved forward. In 97, the first plan for equal opportunities was brought about as part of public policies. 25 years ago, that landmark took place. Right now, we're on the 4th national plan. It aims at going forward real and effective equality, getting rid of all the obstacles that may on the way. In July 2012, our Congress gave the power of law to the new Ministry of Women. That means that we have already been on for a decade. And this year, Women's Ministry is the guiding regulatory entity in charge of public policy for true equality between men and women, going over obstacles and getting rid of all sorts of discrimination against women. Aside from encouraging participation of women at all levels of government, this is to be done under equal conditions. We still want more. We want true equality in two other aspects. As our Constitution states, access to education, full political representation, and also political jobs. The pandemic, though, has shown that we may not continue to progress. It seems like the pandemic is still affecting the lives of women and children. And this has also been happening in most countries because jobs have been lost. Women are working longer hours, and they also have the burden of care. I'd say that this decade has made a step back, and this should in turn become an opportunity to increase investment in policies and gender equality measures to empower women. There are world, global, and national efforts that still aren't enough. The Women's Ministry has restated that it will adopt all necessary measures to speed up the full implementation of the regional agenda, as well as the international commitments having to do with equality, women's autonomy, and the full exercise of their rights. We do believe that women in Latin America deserve this. And we're now celebrating these 45 years of our agenda. We will work further so that women may get economic autonomy, become independent, and may decide what to do with their lives. We want them to live free of violence, improving their own quality of living together with that of their families and communities. Thank you, Minister, for joining us in this celebration and for remembering that we need states that will adopt all necessary measures to speed up reaching our goals. And now, the chair of the presiding officers of Regional Conference on Women, Antonia Orellana, from Chile, will hold the floor. She has ample experience in her country because of her participation in feminist movements. Thank you. I bring greetings once more. We are very happy to celebrate the anniversary of this agenda and the conference. It's impossible not to go back to what Enrique Iglesias talked about. While the first conference in Havana took place and the first regional plan came about in '77, dozens of women, relatives of missing persons got together. They entered this same building, trying to draw the attention of the international community on the violation of human rights under the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. going over each idea and each argument that came about from that agenda that have been used by academia and also by feminist movements, we can always find reference to that date. In 77, not just Chile was under dictatorship, the Southern Cone was also facing violence. The Caribbean was once more using the diplomacy of the truck drivers in view of their independence. A new cycle of violence began together with war in Central America. That is to say, the gender agenda from Latin America has always been a response from women to multilateralism to pay attention to the crisis they were facing. Chile, thanks this. And the regional agenda, I think, is our conquest. And this victory isn't just a grouping of laws and words. No, as Mr. Iglesias well said, I cannot but remember the other conference that took place here in Chile. Teresa Valdez from civil society was there sitting down, covering her eyes with a red scarf. We hope to find in the continental women's movement and in diplomacy that all of the peoples will have their own rights met in terms of their autonomy. And I think that women and girls deserve to fight for their rights. We celebrate the exchange of experiences that has been brought about by the Women's Conference for the region. In terms of regulatory updates, as of Havana, the agenda has contributed to new public policy with a focus on women's vulnerability, searching for true equality outcome based on women's autonomy. The global changes, the globalization, the climate crisis, the new quick digitalization and others bring new challenges and also new opportunities to protect women. And this will only be possible if we get together and if we work together. As the ECLAC thought says, there are obstacles that prevent gender equality, poverty, cultural habits, the unfair care system, concentration of power and hierarchy in public spheres. They all go against women's struggle. Let us believe that these arguments are many of the excuses that the governments put forward. But we must recognize the importance of collective action. We must get our movement to be recognized as a stakeholder with all our diversities. We must have a feminist gender focus in all policies that should go beyond mere analysis of public policies. A pillar we're working on is to get gender to be cross-cutting throughout the whole of the government apparatus. We know that each institution has their own goals, but we want this to go through all levels and sectors of government to avoid injustice. We know that there are many problems that go beyond a mere institution or organization. And there is a persistent phenomenon of violence against women, what's happening with their economic autonomy and the care systems. I do believe that we now are facing the chance to work together for the well-being of all.
With a common platform to do so. I'm referring to international organizations and political linkages that we can take advantage of. We would also like to celebrate the fact that this regional gender agenda and the regional conference on women has been an opportunity for multi-sectoral, interdisciplinary and transformative projects, because we are a single continent, extremely rich and diverse, and we don't have the right, no one has the right to deny us development and the full exercise of our human rights of all of our citizens. There's no reason why we should not come up with a common discourse. There's no excuse to not entwine our actions. And women, in our ability to mobilize, are able to defend democracy as an expression of common will and good. But we also have the possibility to defend ourselves against setbacks. We've seen this in Chile and other countries, and we've seen this in recent times and hope it will continue to be so. Why? Because the history of progressivism in Latin America and Caribbean, or at least in keeping with the political training that I know, it's always been said that women are conservative, that we vote, have the conservative vote. And so as we've asked other women over the years, what has that progressive approach done? What has that transformative movement done? What has the state done to involve women? And bearing in mind that women are the most exposed parties to potential setbacks, to potential social conflict. What have those bodies done instead of securing the status quo? What have they done to bring about change? So today we have an opportunity to expand our concept of democracy, to make sure that this value of public goods is legitimate and takes into consideration half of humanity, people who've never been involved in public life. So there's this constant reminder by many countries with regard to the need to link this struggle with other areas. We've heard in international fora that women have been erased and that this is a setback. Allow me to say that women have broken into public life. In different countries, in different times, we have broken into public life to take back space that had been taken back from us, that had been stolen from us for centuries. And so today we have an opportunity. We have these gender plans and this struggle, this fight, the feminist movement that has provided us with an opportunity to once again become involved in politics and to be subjects of politics. And we are staking our claim. This is a historic moment in development, but let's not fall into the trap of again allowing there to be setbacks with regard to the concepts of emancipation of women and freedom of women. Now, this is a continent that's extremely rich and diverse, and this diversity is at stake, specifically given the climate crisis. But so let's focus on care. What have we done as part of this change process? What have we done as state representatives to ensure that women will not be paying the bill for this change? It seems to me that this care agenda, the placing care society of life and the environment at the core of what we do, provides us with an opportunity to show how in democracy we are trying to expand our right to the rule of law. And all I have left as an alternative is to hope that this continent will continue to be a pioneer continent like we were in the past, and to make it necessary to criminalize violence against women, to make sure that our urgent call to mainstream gender be addressed. Today, we face threats, and we need to show others that there's a peaceful path forward. and that this is closely tied to this concept of care. With that in mind, and with the past buoying us up from behind, we are prepared. And back in November, when we meet again, let's have a strong position, a stronghold with regard to the rest of the world, and focusing on the sustainability of life.
Muchas gracias, ministra.
Thank you, Madam Minister Orellana, for your remarks. Minister of Women and Gender Equality of Chile. I'm sure you're all as emotional and moved as she is. We cannot forget that the UN, in fact, was founded as a response to war, as a response to show the friendship among the countries of the world as a place for peace, development. And we know that it were the women in the South, the women in Latin America and the Caribbean who actually brought to the UN as and brought this contribution as part of the charter of the UN. So let's not forget the importance of peace as part of this substantial equality. I recall when Raul Garcia Buchaca spoke about the opportunity of touring the Museum of Memory and how ECLAC was one of the key bodies in fostering this concept of addressing the grave human rights violations that were occurring back in Chile. And that's where we're headed with regard to the society of care that focuses on the present with life at its core, but where we obviously have a commitment to make sure that the horrible violations of human rights of so many women and no longer with us are not repeated. And with that, I would like to close this session with this tradition of democracy in Chile and within ECLAC. And we would like to invite you to the next panel. And I would like to give the floor to talk about the partnerships that we are weaving together to the next moderator. Thank you.
¿Me pongo el otro sombrero?
Now let me put on my other hat. Good afternoon to all the ministers and high authorities of the UN system, representatives of the UN, of intergovernmental organizations, and representatives of feminist organizations and civil society organizations. I would like to invite you to this high-level panel entitled Partnerships, Achievements and Challenges in Advancing the Regional Gender Agenda. We have representatives again here from the UN system, from women's and feminist organizations, civil society, and we are here to talk about partnerships, achievements, and challenges in advancing the regional gender agenda. This is an intergenerational dialogue. I think it's important to point that out, of course. Each panelist will have 5 minutes to answer the questions posed. First of all, I would like to introduce you to Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women. I would like to ask you, Maria Noel, to talk about the following aspects. What do you think are the main achievements and challenges that lie ahead with regard to the governments so that they may actually reinforce their system to step up this path towards improving the situation for women and
de las Naciones Unidas?
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. La verdad que ha sido una sesión maravillosa, la sesión anterior.
Thank you. This has been wonderful. Thank you for what we have all done. We're here to talk about what's happened in the past, but mostly we're here to celebrate the achievements over the last 45 years, and we need to commend ourselves. If we hadn't had this opportunity, this regional conference, it's likely that we would not have had the advancements and the achievements as well. So multilateralism is effective. It allows us to meet today, civil society, member states, international organizations, etc., to actually take stock and look toward the future on the eaves of our conference in Buenos Aires. Now, in order to answer your very simple question, allow me to be very concrete and quick. We need to reinforce the articulated work of the different stakeholders present here today, and allow me as well to mention that we must work with the with academia and the economic powers that be. We all need to work together to secure achievements. And this assessment, this analysis of you working with figures. Yesterday, the minister from Argentina said that one of the most interesting factors, in fact, when you read the draft law related to care, is that they came up with figures, and we are going to create 250,000 jobs in Argentina if we actually set up an official care system. Sometimes figures speak louder than any other word. And so we must continue to refer to these figures and secure them. And as Alicia mentioned, and we need to break the statistical silence. And breaking the statistical silence also involves addressing the intersectoral approach of women making up this fabulous movement of women. And so we also need to resist inequality. We need to build greater technical capacity. We need to learn from the past, and we need to very loudly state that we have a lack of a budget, and that's why we cannot do what we aim to do. Now, all of these experiences by the governments, by international organizations are worthy, and they can be followed, and UN Women receives 0.07% of the UN. Most of the budget goes to the multinational peace troops for peacekeeping operations, but we receive a minor budget, and all the gender units, obviously, I'm sure can identify with us, because that unfortunately is the reality. So gender tracers, as mentioned by Colombia, are essential for us to specifically determine where the budget lies, where the budget for equality actually can be found. Now, this framework, as you know, has been exacerbated by the pandemic, the inflation that's worsening, a rise in food prices and oil prices, risks that we face in terms of food security. Of course, women are going to be in the front line trying to address that major risk. And of course, we cannot forget to mention the climate crisis, but it's not just about the climate crisis. It's about other issues related to that. We're seeing in Europe how there are tremendous temperatures, rather, she meant to say, 50 degrees. We never imagined that temperature would be seen elsewhere other than the Saharan desert. And then in other parts of the world, we're expecting frigid polar temperatures. And so in our very short lives, well, my life has not been so short, but other members here have had short lives. We never expected to see this. But anyhow, we need to continue talking about these issues. And of course, we will continue to do so at the conference.
But we must face and witness this firm commitment we have decided on today, that is to include our topic in public policies. Let's hope that all of the meetings with presidents will bring forth the demands of Latin American women. Let us hope that at CIGIC's meeting in Dominican Republic, and let's hope that at UN September meeting, we may raise our voices to our leaders. Now, within the framework of the strategic partnership we have with ECLAC, the last regional consultations before the CSW, that is from regional to global levels, was well coordinated. And I thank the Chilean government as chair of the CSW that has allowed us to bring up these topics, giving them technical importance with documents. And this year in March, as we know, there was climate change. And next year, we will go into technology. And we as Latin America have the chance then to bring solutions. Naturally, our issues have so many challenges. That is to include so many women that don't have the internet. But we must also use the creativity that is rampant in the region. We have something even better than Amazon. We have a Mercado Libre in Argentina. And we also have innovations that are coming to reach women in the region. So we will study this together with ECLAC so that you may analyze it. This is the very same year. We have the active participation of more than 200 activist authorities in the region. That's a pretty big number. And we are always working together with civil society. They help us to go into the topics that women are needing. We have also made a regional consultation with the indigenous and native people and women on the Resolution 39. This is a very important year for indigenous women. CEDAW is going to make a recommendation on native women. And at Calco in Mexico, at the end of May, we'll bring in a declaration as we do from here into CSW. There are 3 items that the indigenous women ask to be part of the recommendation, and we hope that that will pass by the end of October, and certainly the Women's Regional Conference will be able to say that recommendation has been approved. And the indigenous women's requests have been met. The global partnership that Nadine talked about and that was created at the Equality Forum is thriving. We already have 68 countries and institutions involved, and we are already systematizing knowledge. Together with ECLAC, we submitted documents with the global experience on care, having to do with governance, with costing, and what is involved with a care system, as well as a policy paper with orientation on what to do with the care system. I hope that that will be a good contribution so that we may make a declaration that will talk about the care in detail. And I hope that we will then leave with an instrument that will allow us to add budget and just start working. Some countries will need legal reform, others don't. This global partnership allows us to work together to the implementation of these systems. Well, let's hope that with these systems, when we work together with UN, we give out the best of us for member states. And that's what we wanted to do here today between ECLAC and UN Women. Thank you. Thank you. I am now honored to bring Gladys Acosta Vargas. She is present on a video. Gladys is the chair of the Committee on the Elimination and Discrimination Against Women. She has already been working at UN Women, and she's a representative of UNICEF in Argentina and Guatemala. We asked Gladys about what are the accomplishments in pushing forward our agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean and the implementation of CEDAW in the region, as well as what are the main challenges and opportunities to strengthen the articulation between our agenda and the advancement and the progress of CEDAW in the region. Thank you, Ms. Antonio Arana, Minister from Chile. I greet all authorities and participants. I would like also to bring greetings from the Committee on the Elimination and Discrimination Against Women right now during this anniversary. I would have liked to be there. Unfortunately, though, I am at the 82nd Committee of CEDAW, where in Geneva, where I am right now. I bring greetings to Dr. Ana Guesmes, Director of Gender Division from ECLAC. We have worked together for a long time and we're also good friends. I know that she's been very professional in this position. I also wish to greet Miss Alicia Barcena because we have shared many events. I am very happy that Miss Maria Noel Baez, Regional Director of UN Women, a colleague from so many efforts, is there present. I also wish to greet Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of OAS, because she has so much to do with the progress in the region. I also greet Ms. Teresa Zapeta, Executive Director of the International Indigenous Women's Forum, and a leader in women's causes. Ms. Virginia Vargas, an activist, and I have had the honor of having worked with her in Tristan Center, as well as Aisha Constable, founder of Young People for Action, and Paula Yanes, General Coordinator of the Afro-Latin American, Afro-Caribbean, and Diaspora Women. This is so important for our regional agenda. We are now also in our anniversary. We are sharing with the agenda many historic landmarks, 4 decades in the defense of human rights throughout the world. Our region, even though greatly affected by the pandemic, has resumed its previous efforts with a solid presence of feminist organizations and civil society. They have been with us for so many years in the constructed dialogue with member states. By next meeting in October, we will adopt General Recommendation number 39 on the rights of women, of indigenous women and girls. And this is a result of the work of indigenous women, such as those I have already mentioned. Without them, this would not have been possible. And I am very thankful for the generous contribution from Mexico. We are living through very difficult times. It's more important now than ever to ask more protection to the Constitution from member states. CEDAW goes through administrative processes protecting women's rights without any kind of exception. It still inspires the guidelines in its widest sense. In talking about the protection of women and girls, we cannot desegregate this, nor can we forget human rights treaties. Ministers, colleagues, we are now celebrating, but we cannot close our lives to the current challenges. We have indeed made a lot of progress. We have so many legal instruments to protect the rights of women. We have regional and international commitments, but there are new risks, such as the pandemic, the international crisis, and the weakening of national economies, and new regressive trends against women's rights. That is why the regional agenda has shown during these 45 years that we cannot delay what is urgent. For girls and women, vulnerabilities are now harsher because of the inequalities in economic, political, social, and cultural world. And the direct effect is felt by households and by all players. That is why this regional agenda must continue guiding solid policies in our territories. And now we must bring in the necessary autonomy for the expansion of women in civil, political, economic, social, and cultural world, as ECLAC has stated. We have also developed more awareness on the fact that the diversity in the exercise of rights is indeed a fact, especially with different conditions. We can say that it's an accomplishment, but it's also a big challenge. I'm talking about indigenous women, ethnic minorities, women with disabilities, those who with sexual diversities, those who are migrants or who have been displaced by force, people with HIV, or those who have been detained. Human rights are universal, but we must see whether all girls and women have access to these rights in their daily lives, in their homes, in their countries. We must go over this to make sure that no one stays behind. That is the only way to maintain the agenda towards equality and non-discrimination.
Allow me to quickly share some areas of work that we are working on with regard to the regional gender. Now, clearly, there have been achievements and challenges, and this allows us to understand the potential. Gender violence against women continues to be an issue. Legal reform in recent decades have not been sufficient to deal with this scourge. CEDAW continues to prioritize this topic when having dialogue with states parties because violence gender calls for integrated policies to actually address the root causes as well as to do away with the persistent racist and patriarchal stereotypes. Involving women in the public life and decision-making is key. Our region was pioneer in the quota system, but now we're focusing on parity. These achievements have also been plagued by difficulties. Our societies, as well as political systems, call for women's leadership. This involves substantial changes to the political culture in our countries. Although we have seen achievements and progress with regard to parliamentary parity specifically, we are still far from securing parity at the executive branch, legislative, judicial, and other areas as well. Today, more than ever before, it's essential to have an intersectoral approach so that women and all their diversity can be appropriately represented. Thirdly, we are talking about revitalizing the work environment in order to overcome precarious work. Now, we know that authorities in the labor market have quite a challenge ahead. Up until now, the best levels of education of women do not guarantee equal pay between men and women in highly qualified jobs. We hope that substantial progress in some of the countries throughout the region regarding care policies will actually come to fruition in coming years. Fourthly, we agree that there are concerns for the sexual reproductive health of women. If women are unable to appropriately determine the number of children they would like to have, there will not be any substantial progress with regard to the gender agenda. It's essential to secure that health systems and care systems provide enough care and protection for pregnancy in order to prevent a rise in maternal mortality that we saw during the pandemic. And finally, the digital divide needs to be addressed to prevent exclusion of women, and foster more development. Dear colleagues, there are so many different common points with regard to the work of CEDAW and the regional gender agenda. I cannot list them all off because of a lack of time. Nonetheless, I wish you the best of deliberations, and we will continue to struggle together to have a better world for women, girls, and adolescents in our region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la intervención de.
Thank you to Ms. Gladys Acosta for her remarks. Now allow me to give the floor to Alejandra Mora Mora. Also joining us virtually, she at present is the Executive Secretary of the CIM of the OAS.
Alejandra está sin audio.
You are mute, Alejandra. Can you hear me now? Excellent. Thank you. I've been working with this platform for years, but still I'm having problems. Anyhow, warm greetings to all of you here today. As a regional mechanism for women's rights within the OAS, I am pleased to join you in commemorating the 45 years of this powerful gender agenda, which has been something that we have all been focusing on, and we are here to also celebrate the new interim executive secretary of ECLAC and Ana Westmes as well, and our powerful colleague Maria Noel, and the powerful Minister Orellana, who is also pushing forward this agenda. Greetings to ministers, women's movements, all of you, greetings. I was very motivated and moved by the remarks of the former executive secretary of women, who talked about how women were taking over certain spaces, and what has occurred historically. And back in the 20s, it was the Pan American organization that actually, the OAS, and women who were attending conferences. And also, I think it was also, it was very key to hear what has occurred in Havana. Havana seems to be a key player for consolidating these processes. And it was there where women actually took charge of the conference and did not leave the site until they were granted an opportunity space. So this shows that everything that we have earned has actually been earned. Nothing has been for free. We have negotiated and fought and earned everything. And that's why we need multilateralism. That's why we need to continue having these opportunities, these events where we can work together and channel this engine of change. And so that's why it's important to talk about partnerships. Now, at the 39th conference of the CIM, we talked about this issue. We talked about how, in order to move forward this powerful agenda, we need to work together in partnerships. And there's another step as well, a layer of all of this. In order to work together, we need to recognize that we are all different, and that's part of our power. We share similarities as well, but let's accompany each other ethically. Let's focus on solidarity so that we can believe in each other, to understand each other, and to move up the scale of institutional arrangements, and also make sure that we include men, because this is a across the board agenda involving men and women. Allow me to mention that we're not just dealing with challenging times when there are restrictions, a lack of universality, the pandemic, etc. But we also know that there are certain turning points with regard to our women's movement in our feminist organizations. And today, now, we need to dialogue and talk to each other and respect our right to our perspective and our claims. And this is something we need to include on the agenda. We need to further have more in-depth dialogue. I think it's important to mention that. Also, allow me to point out that there's a very powerful agenda that has been evolving in recent times, and I'm referring to what we have been calling the fourth wave of feminism, because that is what is shaping a disruptive agenda that is here to break up the sexual segmentation of work, separating public from private areas. And it's also related to taking back this well-being and care dimension. Women have been doing that for years, focusing on the collective interdependency of humankind. And women have so much value because we place universal aspects, collective and joint matters over the individual. And I think that is absolutely beautiful and is related to strategic transformation. In that regard, many people have mentioned, and I'm going to mention as well, how important it is to recognize what women have been doing for years in the care society and work that actually transforms, goes beyond, transcends goods and services. This is another challenge. The right to be taken care of, the right for self-care as well, to take care of our bodies and our lives and the time that we want to, how we would like to spend it on ourselves and others. It's very important. We've also brought other players into this discussion. Men, for example, we focused on different other rights such as leave, and it's also important to involve the private sector and the business community. And the word partnerships again appears as a key element for public-private partnerships, for example, that will allow us to make progress. When we talk about this issue, it's also important to recognize the importance to link governance instruments that will allow us to better understand how we can link up and combine necessary instruments with the right standards and integrate others. This is part of what we would like to mention and contribute in terms of a model law regarding care. We will continue to delve deeper into regulatory frameworks because we view these as strategic, and they are here to provide mandates to states regarding these matters. Regarding violence, the minister mentioned this as being a very important topic. I am very pleased to see that when we talk about Belén do Pará, which 25 years ago was the most revolutionary instrument, and it's more related to women's needs and our significant demands back then, which coincided with the major global conferences regarding women. And it was also related to how the public realm needed to be, public coverage needed to be replicated by the private coverage. It was allowing us to do away with this dichotomy between that which is public and that which is private. And it was also very specific in terms of defining a line of work leading to specific laws. And there are major challenges still. Allow me to just mention the need and importance of understanding that Belén do Pará is enough to understand new forms of violence. These new forms of violence that we have identified over time constitute this continuum. They're the same forms of violence, just in a different uniform, a different cloak. Obstetric violence, digital violence, political violence. Now that we're talking about these aspects, let's refer to symbolic violence. There doesn't seem to be any protection for these under the Belendo Para instrument, and we need to bear in mind that it's the same abuse of power that results in these types, that leads to these types of violence, and this needs to be viewed as a continuum, and we need to find ways to interpret these within this instrument and to continue doing what we did back then. We have been advocating for integral instruments, and this is related to focusing on this four-legged table established under Belendo Para reparations, sanctions, and provisions, protection. For example, we need to follow closely up on structural, rather cultural change, doing away with stereotypes where we see that's where violence against women is born.
We wish to continue researching. Research on violence brings in a big challenge for these groups. Often there are no witnesses. The only witness is really the bodies of women. And this is still a tremendous challenge for justice and also for the reparation, compensation for orphans of mothers victims of violence and the families, ensuring that this doesn't happen again. This whole agenda requires the presence of women. We have realized that the agenda is effective with the participation of women. Parity is still important for that kind of representation, especially in view of the parity in Mexico, in Chile, and this shows that these new versions go deeper on the road for more presence of women in decision making, so that women may truly exercise their rights when they come into power. And I wrap up by mentioning the importance of looking at the well-known cuarto propio and the advancement of women. We are talking about the articulation and synergy to continue following the mechanisms in all these processes. And I also think that we should continue cross-cutting our topic, as we've heard so often here. But let me say that in that fourth assembly, we have topics that are still pending: health, reproductive, sexual and reproductive health. That is something that deserves more attention. There is a strong resistance from others who believe that that should not be seen as right. But no, we should continue striving to go forward into the topics that are still being discussed. But we all have the right to talk, to debate, and to come to agreements. And naturally, climate change, digitalization. I am truly happy to be here talking with you and working so that we may continue at CIM to build spaces for women, articulating a universal system and partnerships that will benefit women, women who still deserve their rights to be met. And we will continue also celebrating the anniversary of all of the agendas that the region is pushing forward. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women from OAS. I now give the floor to Maria Teresa Zapeta. Actually, there is a change in the agenda. We now call on Ms. Virginia Vargas, a co-founder of the Flora Tristan Center from Peru. She has a wide experience in the Latin American and Caribbean feminist movements, including her participation in Beijing. We would like to hear your opinion on what's been happening with the feminist movements towards the gender agenda. What has been the contribution of these groups for the advancement of the regional agenda? And what do you believe are the challenges to go forward in the implementation of all agreements? Thank you. Let me quickly say how excited I am to be here. So I congratulate ECLAC for the 45th anniversary with this democratic perspective in our region where democracy often is not that strong. And I am also excited to be here in Chile with a government such as Boric that is a feminist government. I owe Chile my political formation and training. I lived here in Chile. My daughter was born here. My husband was Chilean, and I was an activist during the Allende period, and Pinochet kicked me out. That is why I'm very excited to be here. I wanted to start with these words. Now, I recognize that ECLAC has always been a tremendous interlocutor on the rights and proposals from feminist movements. Gender division from ECLAC has from the onset brought the gender perspective, and it has disseminated many of the pillars from our agenda. It has changed our topics into change proposals to all countries, creating government space that in turn have strengthened our feminism. Many have contributed to this. Let me just remember Sonia Montaño, a feminist behind many of these processes. And I also congratulate the current director of the gender division, Ana Guesner, feminist, that is so dear to us, as well as the team that has accompanied all of these processes. The gender division from ECLAC has fed a strong gender in the region, tackling many topics that involve us at intergovernmental levels. It has been key in the construction of this agenda of non-discrimination. It has also received civil society and feminist movements from member states. The topics brought forward have had in mind a democratic feminist change for the future in the region, as well as granting rights, sexual rights, the right for non-discrimination, non-violence, recovering proposals from the academia, from the political world, from activism, in order to reach a final consensus, building a road for the region. Now, in terms of the implementation of policies, I must mention that the division has well received the instruments coming from civil society and from feminism, such as ISO Quito and ISO Montevideo, for the concretion of our agenda, so that this will not merely remain on paper, forming an enabling environment for civil society to participate, democratizing policies and societies. ECLAC also echoes the proposals from feminism at large and feminist economies, giving one big step ahead for the change of care society towards a gender equality and for a sustained future, breaking through old paradigms, making new environmental labor sex policies with citizens at the center and not the market, giving priority to the defense of life and the survival of our planet. Another contribution has been that related to frameworks that express the ethnical plurality of this a continent that has such diversity. We have witnessed the diversity that is also characteristic of our feminism. All of these efforts come from different cultures, recognizing other realities that were undermined. They today enrich the feminist horizon. Now, what do we see ahead? There are many challenges. Aside from the pandemic, we have armed conflict, war, authoritarian regimes that try to change things, the destruction of the planet and others. We're now facing a crisis of paradigm or a civilizatory crisis. We are seeing struggle between different forces that wish to dehumanize things in view of a desire for mobilization. Etanio Bram calls this a moment between eras and kingdoms, where we are trying to bring in a life that is worth living. In this struggle, as Chilean feminists say, we will be together with this until it becomes a habit. Now, ECLAC, under Alicia Barcena, who receives my full recognition, and also have talked about the unsustainability of the dominant development system. Its negative effects on equality have been made more evident during the pandemic, with an economic system that is made evident with the power systems and millions of women that are facing more poverty. That is the model that will not allow us to meet SDGs by 2030, nor to a life with a better quality for all women, as has said the president, the first vice president from Colombia. It is necessary to keep our alliance standing. We must go deeper into our democracies, not just on the polls, but also in everyday life of all women, with full citizen participation to high levels of governments, breaking through a model that encourages individualism, recognizing the interdependence of persons and the planet. Along these lines, civil society and the feminist movement that is so challenging must face the risk of going backwards. We are facing so much resistance, but this has been a tremendous contribution to this democracy from different agencies that promote knowledge, bringing new trends, and also showing new risks because of the regional articulation, because of all of the militancy that creates new information. All of this impacts our efforts. Now, ECLAC, as always, has been a key partner for feminism movements, bringing ideas for change, for new democratic thought in the region, having in mind gender justice that is anti-patriarchal and anti-capitalist. Thank you. Thank you, Virginia, for your words. And we now give the floor to Aisha Constable, who is the founder of Young People for Action on Climate Change from Jamaica. She is part of several young people's networks, and she's now working on the National Plan for Adaptation to Climate Change from Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Can you hear me clearly? I'm hearing a bit of a feedback on mine. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so very much for this opportunity. I am saddened that I can't be there in person. I believe that the in-person meetings is really where the opportunity to connect and build meaningful relationships happen. But still, I'm very happy for the opportunity to my intervention to this important discussion. And so I welcome the opportunity to share on behalf of YPAC, Young People for Action on Climate Change, in this meeting and on these thematic areas from the perspective of my professional and personal experiences and interests as an academic and feminist activist. Undoubtedly, there have been many successes in the implementation of the regional gender agenda. Yet we cannot deny that there's still significant room for further transformation of the systems that support the implementation of the agenda to ensure more successful outcomes. This continued assessment of the regional gender agenda, therefore, is important in our efforts to improve on what we have so far accomplished as a region. It is especially important if we are to respond effectively to the new and emerging issues related to climate change, climate justice, and gender responses. Let me just confirm again that you are still hearing me.
Ayesha, we lost you. I can't hear you. We're not listening.
Is it any better now? Okay. All right. It is especially important that we respond effectively to the new and emerging issues related to climate change. No. Okay, I'm not sure what's responsible for the feedback.
Hi, Miss Alicia. Can you stop the interpretation and just use the main audio? Can you quit the interpretation, please, in your equipment?
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Right now.
All right. Thank you so much. My apologies. Okay, so on the matter of gender equality and vulnerability, there is evidence to support the very notion that gender equality and climate vulnerability are linked. Multiple studies and reports have shown that in countries climate change is likely to have more damning social impacts. The data shows that in the last 2 decades, gender inequality across Latin America and the Caribbean has trended downwards, yet still a long way to go. Here's what the data shows, and there's a daily impact on women and region and represented persons that contribute significant impacts like this. There are considerable impacts on Africa, and so current gender frameworks in the region do not explicitly link gender equality and vulnerability, nor do they make allowances to address the issues in a manner that is symbolically across the region. There continues to be a great disparity in the participation and women in politics, which is one indicator on which many countries fall short. Engendering parity in the political participation of men and women must be seen as a precursor to reducing climate vulnerability across the region. This must be supported by the radical women's active participation in political affairs and to remove the participation. It also requires increased efforts to educate practical actors about those issues for more action plans. Similarly, on the matter of gender and climate change policy, Lorena Aguilar's assessment of gender policies shows that gender equality plans of the countries of the region compare the gender equality from 1997 to 2021. Only 20 of those plans included the 40 gender equality plans that contain mention of climate change, 8 of them mention just access as the perspective in their program. So it shows that in some instances there's only a token of mention of climate change still in the diverse plans. As a result of efforts nonetheless, we have tried in national and regional efforts and successes to an integrated approach to gender and climate. However, there's still a lot more work to be done. Too often, gender will be mentioned to check a box as a response to regional or international commitments. Important to know, the framing of gender continues to be known with little individuals that the policies will impact. It is not enough that the terms make it into policy. Institutional, legislative, and financial resources must be employed to allow these policies to work and be transformative. Recommended strategies, nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, and nationally appropriate civil society actors to support responsive policy design and implementation. To support the path that we're currently to be moving on towards climate responsive planning. Justice and climate justice. Climate justice and climate justice have been transformed. Regional framework for national policies. It's climate justice without gender justice must not just be seen as a slogan, but rather it must be seen as a clarion call for gender justice as the basis of climate justice and vice versa. Climate justice continues to be high on the agenda, but the limited inclusion negotiation process, all the national policies and dialogues. And it is important if we want to frame climate justice as an approach and a part of the basis for making calls for climate finance and equity in climate finance globally. Research has also shown that there's limited politicization of climate change in a region to change. It requires educating women to requires demanding that political parties versus the climate change in their manifestos, and it requires that advocates and activists continue to make calls for climate justice at all levels, so nationally, and globally. Climate change is a dynamic and evolving area of research and governance. The regional gender agenda sets the foundation for promoting the rights of women in climate action. Climate conversation in machinery and by extension the national policies and strategies. At the national level, the voice and critique of civil society organizations are critical to hold governments to account. More needs to be done to provide financial and technical support to civil society organizations in particular in order for them to hold our leaders accountable. And on the matter of intergenerational dialogue, I must say I was heartened by the speaker before me who spoke about being kicked out of her country by the leader at the time, and just the stories as a younger woman I've heard of Pinochet and the atrocities of that era. And it sounds like a story, like a made up story in some instances, but to hear her speak reminds us of the seriousness and the reality of the times of individuals who lived then. And so it brings us to the question of intergenerational dialogue and the importance of hearing and sharing those stories with other women, with older women. And it's important for our grounding and ground truthing of the stories and realities that we support. So intergenerational dialogue is at the heart of ensuring a sustainable, strong, and effective future for women's work and feminist organizing in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is only by deliberately cultivating relationships with and between young women and more seasoned leaders in the space that we can ensure the creation of another cadre of strong, confident, and aware women to preserve and create just, equitable, and livable societies across Latin America and the Caribbean. I must emphasize that in the current dispensation, it is young feminist activists across the Latin America and Caribbean region who are themselves spearheading the most vocal and radical movements demanding climate justice and gender justice. We do this work fully aware of the role of those that came before us and the role that it has played in paving the way for us to get here. But we're also eager to learn more and to work together with some of these older women on these issues. It's an opportunity for us to share knowledge, to share insights, to share experiences. And the work of those before us must not merely be archived, but must be taught and applied as pathways for greater success and impact. We must see it as an imperative for succession planning, and essential for inclusivity, and essential to preserving and building on the successful legacies of the women that came before us. On regional collaboration and community, I will say the success of Latin America and the Caribbean rests on the ability for all actors to build and sustain meaningful working relationships and friendships across generations. This is central to cultivating trust, empathy, and community. As young feminists, we have managed to cultivate some wonderful relationships with peers from Latin America who we continue to learn from. However, we would welcome supportive mechanisms to learn and work with allies in Latin America. And this means allocating resources for peer-to-peer exchanges and cross-regional projects that allow for sharing of our stories, best practices, and building appreciation as well of our culture and experiences across the region. I thank you for the opportunity again to contribute in this dialogue. I look forward to the opportunity to meet some of you, but to continue to celebrate and to carry on the work that you're doing as ECLAC and as activists and feminists in this space. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Constable. Para continuar, quisiera
In order
invitar
to continue, I would like to invite Paola Yañez to share her remarks with us, a leader of Afro-descendant groups and a member of the Afro-Caribbean, Afro-American, and Diaspora group. We would like to hear from her with regard to how her work has contributed to fostering the rights of Afro-descendant, Afro-Latin American women, Afro-Caribbean women, and what challenges the current context presents to women from these groups. Thank you, Madam Minister. Good afternoon. I know we're on the eve of commemorating 30 years of the 1992 event for Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latin American, and Afro-American women. We are pleased that the gender agenda is on our side. It's important to mention that that meeting of Black women, in fact, was key for feminist encounters, and it resulted in a deep reflection by Black women, given the lack of presence of these women and how Black women have been invisible in the region. I mention this because one of the objectives was to set up a network of Afro-descendant women as a way to build a fairer, equitable, multicultural societies that are free from all types of discrimination. And this is also related to the conference of Beijing.
La expectativa era incorporar demandas específicas en la declaración y la plataforma de acción sobre las mujeres.
We are talking about a declaration on Afro-American women, but unfortunately with that declaration, our desires were not met. A regional work has been conducted with feminist movements in the region, with indigenous women. We have started a dialogue with intergovernmental levels, trying to get rid of gender oppression and improving the condition of Afro-descendant women in their struggle against stereotypes. We're also trying to promote the participation of Afro-descendant women in all spheres of public life, especially decision-making levels. We have also been checking out Beijing. And this has been included in different fora in the region and at sub-regional levels as well. It's also been a strong part of the progress reached in the region. We recognize that our agenda is where we have most made progress in improving the daily lives of Afro-descendant women with good partners such as ECLAC, UN Women, and other UN agencies. They have taken up the Afro-descendant agenda and made it flourish. I think that intersectionality, gender, race, ethnia has all been tackled. And we are now seeing segregated data that improves the lives of these women. Belonging to these groups can even be more determinant in some occasions for the inequality women face. We are breaking through the universal category of women, and even more important, we are reaching commitments, giving big steps ahead on the 11th Conference of Women held in Brasilia, always having in mind racism and all of disadvantages Afro-descendants and indigenous women face. We must improve their entry to productive work and jobs, formal employment, taking up positions of power, reducing unemployment amongst Afro-descendants and indigenous groups that have been affected by discrimination, so as to ensure good jobs for all, and equal pay, as is stated by the Brasilia Consensus. All Afro-descendant women must participate in our conferences. And let me say that in the last conference, we were surprised because we didn't have to fight to include the perspective of Afro-descendant women. They were part of the resolutions and agreements, which is already a big step ahead for the region. Afro-descendants have used up our possibility to break through the silence and to bring in our demands. We have also reflected on the inequalities, on poverty, racism, and exclusion. We had made our plight more visible in the region. In many countries, the commitments reached have been translated into policy, showing our specificity and trying to eliminate inequalities. Many countries have adopted public policy to reduce these gaps, alleviating the poverty that these groups face. But here, there are still many challenges that we face. In spite of the progress reached, we believe that the measures to ensure equal treatment in view of the law is still pending. There's violence in the region with much femicide, violence against women, conflicts, and more than 60% of the murders of the activists on the environment are affecting so many Afro-descendant women because they defend their territories. Racial violence. The region was shaken by George Floyd's murder, and this is the proof of racial violence. But this is something that happens every day in Latin America and the Caribbean. Many young Afro-descendants are being killed. We must talk of access to justice, getting rid of the cultural barriers. The progress in the region has to do with statistical inequality that is shown in the census, but we have no progress in the administrative records. The Minister of Development should try to improve the development index of a country. We see a different reality, but without noticing the reality, we can't think of improvement. Wage gaps is a proof of the inequality that our societies face. According to data from the region, the number of persons at household work amounts to 7 million. Of these, 63% are Afro-descendant women. We cannot continue to repeat this discrimination. We have many Afro-descendant girls whose only destination is to work as a domestic worker. There should be many other possibilities. We cannot continue reproducing this situation. In many countries, the policies for Afro-descendants have only included the rural women, but we must realize that they also live in our cities, always realizing that so many women live and work in our cities. We're talking about millions and millions of Afro-descendants, and they are the most numerous minority group. We have now, though, progress. We have a second vice president who's an Afro-descendant, which means that there are exceptions to the rule. And finally, let me express my concern for what is happening with the intersectionality. This is not but the expression of what is happening with these populations. This is a very important focus to think about who these women are when public policy is made. We must be careful, though, because we must mention Afro-descendants and indigenous women, not just talking about intersectionality without mentioning the populations we are talking about. We must make our groups more visible. As Marta Videro says, we must understand intersectionality as a theoretical framework that should include all members of society. It's an appropriate system to use. We cannot continue talking about intersectionality without mentioning all groups. And here we could go back in meeting the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Paola. I now give the floor to the minister from Panama, Marinés Castillo. She will be our next speaker, and this is through virtual means. Good morning. I bring greetings to Antonio Orellana, Minister from Chile, as the chair of the presiding officers. I wish to greet all the authorities present in this event. And she's now making a list of all of the authorities present.
A las ministras y autoridades que nos acompañan.
I also greet the special guests, friends. The region is going through difficult times. That is why we must bridge everything that is happening. We must also bridge the very same multilateral movements. Women's agenda deserves that change occur. The gender authorities are here present. At the 39th CIM's conference, we had a great participation, and that is why I call on those present in this meeting in preparation for the very powerful conference at the year end to build bridges between all of us, especially having in mind multilaterality. CIM was the intergovernmental agency that was created to watch out for the respect of women's rights. Next year, CIM will hold its 95th anniversary. It's the oldest institution of the kind. It's an honor for me to chair that historic institution that gives me the responsibility to put in our gender agenda at the highest levels of governments. That is why I will work from the legitimacy as an interministerial space together with all multilateral platforms of the universal system and the regional systems, so as to make of this a global asset. At the last meeting, a document was approved, the Panamanian Declaration for a new social pact led by women. Thus, building bridges is not just a timely effort. It involves many causes. There are several institutions involved here. So for me, it's very important that during this period, CIM holds this goal. The last assembly sent us a mandate through the Panamanian Declaration, that is to work closely between ECLAC, UN Women, and CIM, so as to create partnerships for the promotion of our agenda. There are many items that we have mentioned during the assembly, and they're worth repeating. There's a reference to the preparation of the 15th meeting that is to be held in November. First of all, the intergovernment alliances are a first step, a first important step. But in order to narrow gaps, we must do so together with feminist and women's organizations, the private and public sectors, as well as the academia. The role of each sector is extremely important. Secondly, the process of women's representation through parity must continue beyond the legislative branches. It should also reach the judicial and executive branches where women just don't participate. And finally, the economic empowerment of women should also include economic autonomy, as well as the elimination of the structural barriers such as care. This is a holistic focus that includes legal instruments and public policy, as well as getting gender to cut across all levels. This places care as a right, bringing in the need to bring all players responsible. And this is made up of different states and different legislative branches. I thank all for the possibility to bring here, and I'm fully available as a chair of CIM to continue building bridges, working on behalf of the gender for equality in the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you to Maria Inés Castillo, Minister of Panama and Chair of the CIM. Now we will give the floor to Paula Cepeda from the International Association of Migration for Migration. Good afternoon, honorable authorities of the mechanisms for women in Latin America and the Caribbean, civil servants of ECLAC and of the Chilean government, Minister Orellana, dear colleagues from the UN system, Maria Noel Baeza. It's a pleasure to speak to you today. As a result of the Santiago commitment, systemic changes were instituted with regard to how migration was addressed to address the vulnerabilities faced by women migrants during their migratory cycle. Moreover, a cooperation agreement was made by transition countries with regard to treatment of migratory women. It's important to mention that female migration and inclusion is key. And we have heard several comments yesterday and today, and we have seen how migrant women are engaged in the care chain, and this affects their lives. It's been an honor to listen to all of you. I've learned a great deal. Thank you for your remarks and what we've done over the last years. We celebrate with joy this 45th anniversary of the regional agenda empowering women. It's also important to recognize the progress that has been made with regard to the final resolution of the regional consultation of CEDAW, where the Commission emphasized recognition of migrant and women and migrant girls and programs and policies where we can also include migrant women above all, addressing the vulnerability they face during the migration cycle, specifically during emergency situations such as the sanitary, health, COVID crisis, and the climate and natural disaster emergency, and the environmental degradation emergency, as well as mentioned by some of the colleagues speaking before me. Gender-based violence during displacement processes makes it necessary for us to take measures that will help us to respect human rights of migrants, especially women migrants. There are many commitments and great progress that have been key in recent years, and they have allowed us to view and include on the agenda the need to meet the needs and protect migrant women. Despite this, there is still a challenge to continue making progress to secure that we can advocate more on behalf of migrant women, specifically during the entire migration cycle. Now, from an intersectoral approach and in order to secure more impact, specifically now when the mixed migratory flows in this region are not just made up of men, but women as well, and often full families. That is why immediate responses meeting the needs of these groups calls for more instruments and commitments in order to quickly dimension and understand the needs of these population groups and what they require of us, specifically migrant women. Just a bit, as mentioned by Maria Noel Baeza, just a bit about statistics. 51% of migration in the Americas is accounted for by women, and 48% of global migration relates to women. And that's why we are here to call to strengthen mechanisms that contribute to protecting women and fostering their economic empowerment. I have closely listened to the remarks by some colleagues, specifically those who have referred to the past endeavors and achievements and how these mechanisms have allowed us to learn a great deal. And in the end, with regard to protection, economic protection, empowerment, we cannot continue to view migrant women as victims, but rather we also need to recognize their contribution, above all in the care chain and care society where they work, and how these women, through their work, allow for other women to have greater and better employment opportunities. Now, the work carried out by Migrant Women in the Care Society calls us to take comprehensive actions in favor of these women so that from within the International Labor Organization, International Organization for Migration, we are having differentiated care and attention for women during the migratory cycle. We are also fostering data generation, gender-sensitive data that will allow us to have specific data where we can address political actions and have programs specifically dedicated to the needs of migrant women during the entire migration process. It's important to mention that with regard to partnerships and dialogue, during migration conferences, there was a special resolution that ratifies the need to have effective, non-discriminatory regional migration policies that focus on girls and women. This is not a resolution, rather it's a statement, a declaration issued last year in Mexico at the Migrant Women's Conference. Allow me to wrap up reiterating the importance of continuing to make present at these opportunities those who advocate on behalf of dialogue and the inclusion of migrant women and their families and all of the effective responses that we are ensuring by ensuring women's rights. Also, we firmly believe in the capacity to have an impact in different environments, such as a parliamentary environment, we can have tangible results will translate into public policies as well as affect the daily activities where we are all working toward protecting and including these women in all the response processes so that they may have better opportunities, the ones they need, specifically regarding employability and standardizing or legalizing their documents. We need to surpass or address statistical silence, specifically with regard to gender-sensitive migration data. There are other challenges pending, such as the way in which women are included and affected by COVID-19, also climate change. These call for fair, integral responses and replies to include women in the solutions. Finally, there's another challenge that together we will surpass, and I'm referring to having effective migratory governance. We can have organized, safe migration, and migration that will favor migrant women above all and their families in the countries of origin as well as the countries of destination. I would like to wrap up by thanking you for the opportunity to speak here today, and hopefully we will see you in Buenos Aires. So we're very pleased to continue advocating on behalf of migrant women and take part in this significant opportunity where we will continue to advocate on behalf of migrant women and include their matters on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cepeda and all the other panelists. We have time constraints, and the representative of the NULAC Foundation has requested the floor, as well as the Minister of Costa Rica, but unfortunately they had to go offline, so the Minister will send her remarks via video so that we can post this on the Assembly's site, this conference's site. I would also like to remind you that we don't have much time left, but I would like to invite the rest of you to enjoy the parallel event organized by the Ministry of Women, Gender and Equality and the Ministry of the Environment, headed by Maisa Rosas. This event is called Fair Transition Towards Equitable Society. This will be held in Celso Furtado Hall at 2:30. Not much time is left, so I would like to, on behalf of Ana Westmes and Maria Noel and all other teams and groups from ECLAC and the Chilean government, thank you for being here, for the high authorities of the mechanisms for women's advancement and the representatives of 32 ECLAC member states and associate states. Thank you for enjoying us. There were 16 UN programs and project organizations present. Thank you for joining us. 15 intergovernmental organizations were present, 86 civil society organizations, and 2 former executive secretaries of ECLAC, Alicia Barcena and Enrique Iglesias. And many people joined us online as well at this special meeting. And of course, we would like to thank all of you, the UN Women team, the ECLAC team, and Argentina for joining us at this event in preparation of the November event. So thank you to all of you, and feel happy 45th anniversary of the Regional Gender Agenda, and we will see you at 2:30 in the Celso Furtado room. Thank you.
Se me pasó que había un cóctel afuera.